That was the from Yakuza 8. Um, when you, I can't remember which chapter it is, but it's the one when you go into the underground Barracuda base very early on, like right after you get Chitose as a party member, and like there's like this like catwalk, like fashion show that you just um crash. What's the word? I was trying to think of the word. That's the theme that plays during that one fight and never again. The entire game. The classic Yakuza, here's a banger theme. You will only hear it very early on and never again. I always think of the one song from Yakuza 4 that plays at the end of chapter 1, I think. Like, very early on in the game. And it plays when you're Akiyama and you have to go from one objective to another. It only plays during that section. And that's like a tiny little section. And you will then never hear that song again. And it's an absolute banger. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any side content left to buffer it out. So we will be immediately going into the main story.
Look who it is. Who's a good boy?
Like, literally, hi, Sugiura. Main story time.
So, we off to see Mamiya? I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes, we are.
Yep, let's go.
Alright, let's do this. If your theory is accurate, then Mamiya was involved in both Kawai and Mikoshiba's murders. And even if that's off, we can at least learn more about Kawana-san as a teacher.
And guess what? My theory will be correct. East Ikebukuro, Yui Mamiya's apartment.
Yes?
Hi, it's Yagami. I dropped by with Genda Law the other day.
Not again.
I have just a few more questions I'd like to ask you.
You told me the last visit would be your only one. Seriously, why do you keep showing up here uninvited? Please, just leave me alone.
I suppose I should mention, I'm here today as a detective, not a lawyer.
So what?
And my partner here is Sugiura. He's with an agency called Yokohama 99.
Never heard of him.
He's based in Ijincho. He's working a case. Maybe you saw it on the news? The murder of Seiryo High teacher Yoko Sawa, killed in her own apartment. You and Sawa-san were classmates in high school, is that correct? After leaving Kurokawa 13 years ago, Sawa-san moved to Ijincho to teach. Are you still there?
What is it you want? I haven't seen Yoko-chan since graduation. Now go. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Maybe you'll remember Kitakata-sensei then. I ran into him at Sawa-sensei's home right before the murder. He was your homeroom teacher at Kurokawa, but resigned after the Mitsuru Kusamoto incident. Just like you, he appears to be connected to Sawa-san.
So why am I being singled out? Can't you just ask someone else?
Believe me, it's a long list. But right now, we're here to find out how Sawa-san got mixed up in all this. You two weren't necessarily on bad terms, were you?
If I had to say, we weren't on the best terms either.
Yeah.
How convenient. Because that's a perspective I'd like to hear more about as well.
My husband will be home soon. Can you keep it quick?
I'll give it my best shot.
Exactly, thanks for hearing us out.
Hold on just a moment.
weren't on the best terms because she hated you for
Huh.
driving suit
Wonder
to
what's
suicide.
going on. You don't think she bolted, do you?
Wouldn't count on it.
We'll be calling for
Should we
backup.
ring again?
Take your sweet time in there, trying to figure out an escape plan.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I just wanted to clean up a little.
Is your son home today?
He's at English school right now. I have to pick him up soon.
Doesn't your husband help with any of that? You said he'd be
So
home
yeah,
soon,
you
right?
better not fucking.
Excuse me, but you are in no place to make those kinds of comments.
Sorry. Didn't mean to pry.
Better not get fucking hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat
Well,
again.
what is it you want to ask?
Where do I start? I have a ton of questions for her. Pissed her off. I might get booted off. Booted out of here with nothing to show for it. The government was orchestrated, right? You seen Kitakata Sensei lately? Okay.
Do you remember Mitsuru Kusamoto?
Yes, we were classmates in high school.
Yeah, you bullied him.
He jumped off the school's roof after his classmate Shinya Kawai bullied him. I hear he's still in a coma, 13 years later.
Weren't you going to ask me about Yoko-chan?
I was, but there seemed to be an awful lot of Kurokawa graduates surrounding this case. And strangely enough, they were all in your class. Kitakata Sensei being the prime example, as well as a guy named Akaike-san. Remember him?
Well, you're right. We were in the same class.
And
Yeah.
would you say you're all familiar with
Viciously.
Mitsuru Kusamoto's
Viciously.
situation?
Yes, but that's not a warm memory for any of us.
I understand. I'm sure it's not.
That's a decent start. Keep it rolling.
Have you been in contact with Kitakata Sensei lately?
I haven't. He's someone I'd rather not have in my life.
Are you surprised that he
Yeah,
stayed
that's
in
funny.
Nijincho after resigning from the school?
Is,
No, not really.
well,
How about the
he's-
fact that now
we
he's
don't have
using an
evidence. He's
alias?
been in contact
I
with
have no
you.
clue. But again, he has nothing to do with me.
And it seems to phase her.
The groping was orchestrated, right?
Excuse you?
When Akihiro Ihara
Just
grabbed
out
you
of
on the train,
nowhere.
you were in on that, weren't you?
Alright.
The whole thing was a conspiracy, staged to play out as it did.
You need to leave. Right now.
Dude, what gives?
No one would even think to consider a predator and his victim could be accomplices. It's unheard of.
I don't like this.
But if it was to establish a murder alibi, that's another story, considering how much lighter the sentence is. That way, Ihara got away with killing Mikoshiba, paying only a fraction of the price. But as luck would have it, proving it is going to require you to cooperate with us now.
If you don't get up this second, I am calling the police. I mean it.
It took me quite a long time to figure out how you and Ihara were connected. But once I learned Yokosawa attended Kurokawa, it all started falling into place. She was in your homeroom class. She looked after Toshiro Ihara. She was the link to everyone. But just before I could ask her about any of this, she was murdered by the Kamurocho gang. That same gang has been hunting your old teacher, Kitakata Sensei.
What is it you want from me?
Lamia-san, do you have any idea where Kitakata Sensei could be? He may be Kawana the handyman, but he hasn't answered his work line since Sawa-san's murder.
I don't know. He was my teacher a decade ago. I barely remember his face.
Well, I'm willing to wager Kitakata Sensei still remembers yours. I'll prove it right now.
Oh, God.
So you, Kitakaga, alias Kawana, has forgotten you, Mamiya's face. Face proof this is the bullying video.
See for yourself.
No.
This was recorded at Kurakawa Academy 13 years ago. Feeling nostalgic yet? It was well hidden. Your Kitakata-sensei had it on a USB drive. He really didn't want this thing being seen. The most interesting part is the date. It's the very same day Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped off the school roof. And hanging out in the back, we see you, laughing and cheering right along with the other bullies.
Guess it's safe to say it's a good thing your family wasn't home. Wouldn't exactly want them seeing this, would we?
Has this video come up? Has Kitakata-sensei ever mentioned to you that he had it?
Please. Please delete it.
Considering the angle, I get the feeling that this was recorded in secret. And based on your reaction, did you even know it existed?
You know what happened to Mitsuru-kun. He's been in a coma ever since what you did to him that day. But still, only one of you took the fall. Shinya Kawai took all the blame. Well, sorta, being that he got fired, Kitakata-sensei took heat too. Still, you all just moved right along with your lives. You've even got happy little families. What? Are you expecting someone?
Mamiya-san?
Well, I knew it would happen someday.
What do you mean?
Looks
Oh
like she
no.
wanted some company over.
Who could have foreseen? Could I have foreseen such a development? At least Sigir, I didn't get fucking sucker punched. No, I wanted the toy. Oh, that's not fair. You can't block a taser. Never quite sure what you
Well,
can and can't block
This turned
when it
into a
comes to
shit show.
weapons. I know you can't block guns and you can't block knives. You can block everything except for probably
Would
projectiles
you look at that?
if you're Snake.
Our old friend Akaike-san showed up to play a part. So you are all working together.
What should we do with them? They're the jerks who hurt Tsukumo-kun, right?
And you.
Break every finger on their hand, it still won't make you even. Come on, they may have more on the way. I have an old haunt in mind we move this to, and Mamiya-san's coming with.
Huh?
Kidnapping.
Let's not cause a
Yippee!
scene, okay? I'd hate for a finger to slip and post this video.
Charles? Yagami kidnapping people
You
and
think
bringing
this
them
is
to
your
Charles.
personal jail, Yagami? What makes you think you can keep bringing captives here?
Well, it's the safest spot we know. Doesn't it feel good to be such a reliable friend?
Yeah, Higashi, be cool. We won't be around long.
Be cool. You think time's the issue? This is about respect, man.
What you call? We kicking him out?
Oh, quick bit of news, Higashi-san. Kaito-san got shanked in Yokohama.
What? What the fuck? Kaito Aniki? By who?
You'll know once we're
reaction.
done explaining. Let me introduce you to Mamiya-san first. She called up her friends to come after us just a little bit ago.
Yeah. And I'd do it again.
I don't give a shit
Okay.
about that. What happened to Aniki? You better have paid him back already, Yagami.
No, he kicked my ass too.
Fuck those RK assholes. And how could Aniki have let him get to him like that?
Now that Higashi-san's up to speed, should we get to it? I imagine Mamiya-san doesn't want to drag this out.
What do you intend to do with me?
First, you'll tell us everything you know. We'll decide how to deal with you afterward.
We're gonna get every little last bit of information we need from you, and then we're gonna post that video and
Then
ruin
let's
your
get
life.
this over with. What do you want to know?
Let's start with the video. Any thoughts you'd care to share? I found it on a flash drive in Kitakata-sensei's room. Or should I say, Kawana's. I take it that means he's the one who recorded it.
Yes.
That means Kawana already knew back then the rest of you were bullies too?
Yes.
If that's the case, then why was Shinya Kawai the only student thrown under the bus for it? Kawana-san didn't show that tape to anyone else?
We had no idea we were even being taped. We didn't find out about the video, or the reason he sat on it so long until way after graduating.
Why exactly did he sit on it for so long?
Kitakata-sensei said he kept it so he could teach us for the rest of our lives.
What?
If that video came out at the time of the incident, I'm sure life would have been hard for us then. After all, Kawai was exposed online, and that would mean millions of yen in compensation for damages.
Yeah, but you guys could have wound up in the same boat.
No. At most, we would have come across as dumb kids he roped into helping him. We might have caught some flack, but people would chalk it up to kids and their cliques and move on. But that's only how it would have gone if it had come out while we were still teenagers.
You're saying circumstances are different now?
I have a child now. A husband, an upscale apartment. If the world sees that tape now, I'll lose it all. And what do you think would happen to my son? The son of a woman who drove a kid to attempt suicide. His life would be ruined. Recording this more than
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think anything would happen.
Mitsuru jumped from the school roof. That
You get
very
Twitter
morning
canceled,
and
but
is still in a coma.
we all know what happens when you get Twitter canceled.
I get it.
Nothing.
You have that much
happens.
more to lose now than when you were a kid.
So he was leveraged. Kitakata Sensei's continue to teach his former pupils.
Same for all my classmates. Kurokawa Academy is a prestigious school, after all. Most graduates go off to great universities and land high-paying jobs. One started his own company. Others have families.
And they're all in your position too, huh? If that video gets out, they lose everything.
Exactly. Do you get it now? He waited for all of us to get what we wanted in life, just so he could threaten to take it all away. And when that time came, he started contacting us. Every student you see in that video.
When was the first time Kawana approached you?
5 years ago. I was out on a walk with my son when he came strolling up out of the blue. At first, I barely recognized him. His eyes were so hollow. Then, without so much as a word, he took out his phone and played that video. He's a psychopath.
Well, all you kids tormenting Mitsuru looked pretty psychopathic to me.
Oh, and you're so perfect. An angel who never once acted out of line. Never lashed out at someone weaker than you, or sided with the group to shut someone out. Everyone does it. We were just lucky enough to have some creep tape us, picking on some kid who couldn't take it. Why did this have to happen to me?
I'd say it's because bad things happen to bad people. You'll sling your barbs from a safe distance, but once you're on the other side of it, you curl up and play victim.
You said it was 5 years ago that
Literally
Kawana showed
does
you the
not
video.
give a shit that she drove a kid to
Reminds
suicide.
me of something
It's his
Shirosaki
fault that
Sensei
he
was
killed
looking
him,
into.
tried to kill himself.
What?
There
He
was
was
this
too
guy.
weak.
I think his
I don't
name
know.
was Shinya Kawai. Something about him getting snatched off the streets about 5 years back.
Want to step back into Mommy and the others' lives 5 years ago, around when Kawhi was abducted, which
It
means...
was you guys. You're the ones who abducted him in Kamurocho and murdered him.
No! It wasn't us! We could never do something like that!
Wasn't us, huh? So you're not denying he was murdered after all? Who was it then?
All Sensei told us was to find Kawhi somewhere in Kamurocho, and bring him back with us, no matter what it took.
Did Kawana tell you what he wanted with him?
He needs to be there when you all beg for forgiveness. Is all he said. And if we refused, he'd leak the video. So we all went to see Kawhi, but he wanted nothing to do with Sensei. Considering he'd cost him everything, that came as no surprise.
But doing nothing would cost the rest of you everything too.
Yes. So we had to force him into our van. After he put up a fight.
Yeah, that lines up with what the local eyewitnesses said. So then what happened? Nobody's heard from the guy since.
We were directed to bring him to a wharf in Yokohama. And that's where we begged for forgiveness. After that, he said we were free to go. All except Kawhi.
So you left him there alone with Kawana?
We had to. The day after, I got a message on my phone from Sensei.
What did it say?
Nothing. There was only a video. It was of all of us, pushing Kawhi into the van. Turns out he recorded what we did in the city. You can see all our faces so clearly. How we covered Kawhi's mouth as he screamed for help. Even if you know all the backstory, the video is a clear-cut abduction. As I was watching it the first time,
There's like 10 dudes shoving this one guy into a van.
and another message came in. This time, a picture. When I saw it, I just went cold. That's when I knew I would never be able to escape him. It was a picture of Kawhi. Dead. Anyone who saw those messages would think we killed him after shoving him into the van.
And that's how he got his real leverage on his former students.
You did.
Since
You
then,
did kill him by
we've
shoving
been at
into
his
the
beck
van.
and call. No matter what he tells us to do, we wouldn't dare refuse him.
He's giving you orders?
That man! He forces us to help him. He makes us accomplices to murder.
Murder?
They're being forced to help Kawana kill people. Case is finally cracking wide
What
open.
the hell? Murder who exactly?
Any bullies involved in suicides. That's who Sensei's got it in for. Anyone he can find across the country. He doesn't even care how old the case is. If a student commits suicide, and bullying is suspected as the cause, he'll turn up. As far as I know, counting Kawhi, I think he's killed at least 7 people.
7? How's he doing this?
So his idea of justice is killing bullies? Across the entire country?
He said that's the only way we can atone. Anyone who drives someone to suicide must always face justice. Until society comes to terms with this, he says we'll keep getting our hands dirty. That way, we might be able to save the next few Mitsurus before it's too late for them.
You're
I'm
not
sure I should
saving.
say this out loud.
You're not saving shit by killing people 5 years after the fucking fact, my man. This is revenge killing. You're not helping people who are being bullied. You're like, how does this help people who are currently being bullied?
But I'm kind of rooting for this guy now.
Yeah, let's not.
So was the murder of Hiro Mikoshiba part of that agenda? We know Mikoshiba drove Ihara-san to suicide 4 years prior. That has to be why Kawana let Ihara murder him, and how you found your role in establishing his alibi.
Not just me. Grabbing Mikoshiba required a good number of people. All the people who pinned Ehara down. And even the ones who filmed it, they were working for Sensei.
So that's how it went down.
We had an unspoken agreement that we wouldn't directly take part in any killing. He just makes us his accomplices somehow. Like luring a target or digging a hole for a body. But the one thing we can't ever do is turn him down. If we do, he'll send his video of us abducting Kawhi to the police. And then Kawhi's body will turn up with our fingerprints all over his corpse. And we know that because he's hidden Kawhi's corpse in a freezer somewhere.
He's preserving one of his murder
He's
victims?
just deep freezing this one body.
So as long as he has that, you're wrapped around his finger.
Let's be a real good freezer. Cause like, you ever freeze meat for too long and then you can't cook it anymore? Freezing it still damages it. Mitsuo Kusamoto's case 13 years ago was the catalyst that drove Kawano executing bullies. Hiro Mikoshiba, who Hara murdered, was just one of many. Behind him, Kawano was pulling the strings all along.
Sounds to me like Kawano's had one thing on his mind for 13 years. Sitting on that video and becoming an Ijincho handyman was all in service of his real motive, killing off bullies. He's dragged all his former students into this hell, until the day it destroys every single one of
And
them.
this is the, I was mentioning it yesterday, how people who play Lost
We'll see.
Judgment
I'm still curious about a few things, though, if you don't mind.
What?
can't
There are
understand.
these scumbags
Don't have
chasing down
critical
Kawano
thinking
called
skills.
RK.
And this is why. The amount of people who think Kuwana's in the right, like, no. Vigilante revenge killings is not the right way to do things. The system is bad. It doesn't help people. Yeah, that's true. So we should be helping people. But the system isn't helping. And vigilante revenge murdering isn't helping them. It's like a little bit of closure. Not really. Also, doesn't change the fact that their kid still got bullied into suicide. You should be doing other anti-bullying measures, coming up with support, coming up with different ways of supporting bullied kids. This is not it. This is not it.
What part did they play? Strangely enough, they never came up once during your confession. So tell me, why'd they come for Yoko Sawa?
That I don't know for certain. But Sensei did reach out to Yoko-chan about 6 months ago over the phone. He was asking her about the suicide at Seiryo High.
The suicide at Seiryo High. You must be talking about Toshiro Ehara.
The lawsuit played out like no bullying took place, right? That the school wasn't responsible. But Yoko-chan was a teacher there, and Sensei was able to get the truth out of her.
How'd he do that? What did he say?
From Yoko-chan's perspective, she and Sensei were both just teachers dealing with students attempting suicide. I think that's why she let her guard down and told them everything. After learning the truth, Sensei believed Mikoshiba needed to be held accountable.
So if Sawa-sensei hadn't talked to him, Ehara wouldn't have gotten involved? And none of this would be happening in Ijincho?
Possibly.
No, this isn't right. Sawa-sensei didn't know Kawano's identity or his objectives. She thought she was just talking through her problems with a sympathetic ex-teacher. At the very least, she sure as hell didn't deserve to die for that!
It's not like we're the ones who did it.
Who is it?
Block number. Hello?
Yo, know who this is, Yagami?
Kawano?
Yeah. I heard you're looking for me.
Where are you?
I'm willing to meet you now if you come alone. But you have to let Mamiya go in exchange.
What?
Alright. She's free as soon as I see you.
Works for me. Then come on down to your office. I thought I'd let myself in.
What?
Gotta say, this chair's pretty comfy.
Pretty sure I locked up behind me when I left.
Listen, I'll only meet you alone. No one else. And don't make me wait long, or I could change my mind.
He told me to meet him alone. You can let Mamiya-san go once I confirm he's there.
You gonna be alright by yourself?
Well, he already knows Mamiya-san's with us. I'm guessing he was watching us from somewhere. And I can't afford to do anything that would piss him off enough to make him disappear.
Got it.
Oh, we'll take care of this end of it. Shouldn't you move your ass?
Legend Conqueror.
And stay down.
Skateboard is like impossible to use in Kamurocho. Oh, I had a present. Right from the gauntlet.
Hope you don't mind I let myself in.
I do mind, actually.
Now, are you gonna hold up your end and release Yui Mamiya? Come on. You and I can either try to make this work, or neither of us is gonna get what we want. So, you gonna make the call or what?
Hello? Yagami-san?
I'm with Kawana. You can let Mamiya-san go.
Got it. Will do.
Sorry about all this, Yagami. Why don't you sit down? Maybe it's time you and I had a heart-to-heart. How's Kaito holding up?
Kaito-san's recovering in the hospital. For now. Sawa-sensei is another story, though.
I can hardly believe it. She was the last person I wanted to get mixed up in all this shit.
If that's the case, why were you already waiting in her apartment? RK's top men were lying in wait over there to get their hands on you. So why was she the one lying on the ground? Answer me, Kawana. Was it because of you?
Would you feel better if it was?
How dare you?
You're thinking that if you hadn't stuck your nose in her affairs, she might be at home grading her papers right now. You tell me. Is that what's eating away at you right now? Because if it is, you're mistaken. That guilt is mine alone to bear. It's my burden to carry. When I saw in the
Okay,
news
cool, so
that
I
she
hate
had
you
been
more
married
and
in
hate
cold
myself
blood,
less.
it felt like the whole world had stopped spinning to me. I would take it all back right now if I could. But unfortunately, to fix this, I'd need to turn the clock back further than you'd think.
You mean back to when you were a school teacher?
Yeah, basically. Back to when I still had a little faith in humanity. Seeing someone's life get cut short, you never really bounce back from it, do you? But I don't have to tell you that. I did my homework on you, Yagami. It seems you were a fairly accomplished lawyer. You even scored a murder acquittal. But we both know how that ended. The death of an innocent young woman.
Amy Terasawa, who, as we know, was murdered to cover up a government conspiracy.
We both have scars. And they're the type of scars that never fully heal.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
But for Sawa...
No, the difference, Kuana, is she was murdered to cover up a government conspiracy. And if I hadn't gotten a murder acquittal, then an innocent man would have gotten the death penalty instead. Sawa Sensei was killed. Or not Sawa Sensei, your fucking thing, the innocent life get cut short, is you allowed a kid to get bullied.
Kun, it was 13 years ago.
You laughed it off.
The very day before Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped. She stopped me in the hall so she could tell me about how serious the bullying really was. Up until that day, I just assumed it was boys being boys. Teasing. I figured it was harmless, that they'd get bored with it, and then they'd move on. I mean, come on. Kawai had to have been twice the size of Mitsuru. It's not like I'd seen any fighting. So I warned him not to overdo it. And eventually he would take the hint.
Well, according to what I was told, you smirked, actually.
Yeah. I guess that's what I did. I was too late. Sawa-kun had to point it out. Sensei, how could you be so blind? She asked. Her eyes were this piercing mix of pity and scorn. According to what she told me, nearly half the class was bullying Mitsuru. She said she'd seen him at the station. She made it sound like he had half a mind to jump onto the tracks right then and there. I'm not so presumptuous anymore. But back then, I used to think my students were my biggest fans. I thought I'd won their hearts and minds. But the look on Sawa-kun's face that day made me see the truth. I couldn't just go on smiling like nothing happened. So I decided to do my homework. The next day, I put a hidden camera in the classroom after school.
That's how I got the bullying video. He had to set it up himself to record the room remotely.
So you admit that you're the one who recorded that video?
Yeah. You saw it, right? Talk about the ugly side of kids. Hard to watch, wasn't it? Unfortunately, by the time I picked up the camera and saw what it recorded, Mitsuru had made his jump.
You should have also tried to reassure him at least
moments.
a little bit that you were going to help him.
What happened in that
Or it
classroom
was too
the
late, but you
final
didn't.
straw.
No one does. Let's say you're revenge murdering instead of doing that.
Each and every one of them lied. Kawai started it. It wasn't our idea, they said. To anyone outside of it, all they'd seen was Kawai forcing Mitsuru to do his bidding. So the people held culpable were Kawai and myself. The callous homeroom teacher who deliberately turned a blind eye. That was the day I began living my life with real purpose.
So you couldn't forgive your students who got away with bullying. You went so far. You put aside your own life to make sure they atoned somehow.
That's right. Mitsuru Kusamoto's still a vegetable. He's as good as dead. But I don't care. We have no right to forget about him.
You say that, even though Sawa-sensei ended up paying for it. I'll ask you again. Why were you at her apartment the other day? Don't dodge the question this time.
I wouldn't say I dodged it. But I suppose I should explain from the beginning. 4 years ago, there was a suicide at Sawa-kun's school. It was her own student this time.
Yep. You know
You know
this?
this, right? A student at Seiryo High School? Toshiro Ehara.
Yeah.
When she was in court, Sawa-kun had no choice but to say there wasn't any bullying. Soon as she told me that, I knew Hiro Mikoshiba would be my next target. Of course, she had no idea about any of that. When Sawa-kun learned Mikoshiba had been murdered, though, she reached out to me herself.
What did she want?
She had a sneaking suspicion that I was involved in his death. She called me a few times, prodding carefully for answers. Quite the perceptive lady, really.
And? What kind of answers did you give her?
I denied any knowledge of it, but at one point, she mentioned something kind of odd. That there was a detective at the school already investigating the incident.
Huh?
She meant you, of course. A detective already knee-deep into the case, despite the police barely even knowing about Mikoshiba.
Sawa-sensei was the one who told Kwana to come to school. That's when you jumped us the plage.
The police are a pain in the ass. But when an out-of-town detective comes sniffing around, that's bad. I knew I had to act fast to get you off the trail. Although, Sawa-kun was a problem too. I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
And then what?
First, I found out where the 2 of you would be meeting up, at that little cafe. Then, I hired the Liumang to step in. But you put up one hell of a fight. They had strength in numbers, but you would have taken out the whole group if I hadn't stepped in. Nonetheless, my other message went through. At the same time, Sawa-kun was handed a photo of Mikoshiba's final moments. I left that task to someone you know.
Yui
Yui
Mamiya.
Mamiya.
Well,
They hadn't seen each other in 13 years. Sawa-kun had no idea.
The lady in the sunglasses. Yui Mamiya was involved in that too?
Everything I did that night was intended as a warning to Sawa-kun. Although, I guess I didn't have to be so extreme about it.
Yeah. Sawa-sensei was too smart. She must have started suspecting that you'd had something to do with Mikoshiba's murder. After all, who else could have known we'd be meeting at that cafe? She'd have traced it right back to you.
Even if Sawa-kun had started to suspect me, I knew she wouldn't sell me out to the cops. We're too alike. The both of us lost students to suicide on our watch. That said, I couldn't bear the thought of dragging her down into the mess I started, so I scared her off, and I thought she would stay away. The day she was killed, she called to ask if we could speak in person. I could tell something was wrong. She was on the verge of tears the whole call. Then she broke down. I asked her why, of course, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer no matter how I tried to phrase the question.
So then what? Did you just waltz on over there? It doesn't seem like you.
Watch it. You don't know me well enough to say that.
Maybe. But I assume you had some sort of plan going in. Were you gonna confess to her?
Here's the thing. If she'd figured out that I was behind Mikoshiba, and it didn't sit well with her, I would have told her every last detail. Sawa-kun, no. I think she would have understood me. Or at least that's what I had believed. In hindsight, I think she was forced to make that
no, she
call.
wouldn't have.
Under normal circumstances, I'm sure she'd have rather washed her hands of me. Hard as it is to hear, I think she caught me under duress. RK probably had her hostage. That would explain the vague responses. That's probably why her voice was trembling. It's tragic.
You mean it was RK? Why do they want you so badly anyway?
I don't know.
What?
If I knew their angle, I'd be doing more than just scurrying around.
You serious?
Believe me, I'm just as clueless as you are, much as I hate to admit it. Honest. I'm not thrilled that a small army wants my head on a platter. Have you noticed how RK seems to show up at the worst possible times? Someone must be pulling their strings.
Then we're on the same page. At least we agree on
mean-
something.
They wanted to find Kawhi. So it's related to Kawhi, the murder of Kawhi. That's what we know.
Just a sec. Yeah. I'm still over here with Yagami-san. You're not being tailed by any of his guys, are you? Okay. Then I'll meet you right now. That was Mamiya-kun. She said she's free. You guys have been true to your word. Tell Sugiura-kun that I said thank you.
Now you want to go? We still have some business to settle here.
Now remember, I'm the handyman here. Let me do the dirty work. I don't know what else to tell you. But you need to get out while you still can.
If you disappear into the night, I don't want to go busting my ass just to find you again. Before you leave, I'll need some contact info. A phone number would be nice.
Oh, no need for that. As far as I'm concerned, this is goodbye.
I wouldn't count on that.
He doesn't know that I'm him. Leave me alone! He's so out of place for this scene.
Well, look at you!
Fucking Yagami bumping into people that I've dodged. Oh my god. I literally ran into it. What do you mean?
Hold up!
I thought that was the thing I could kick.
Don't you have anything else to do? Now look at you! You won't get away.
Oh, wow. Good kick, Yagami.
You don't give up! Hold up! Don't you have anything else to do?
I missed the energy drink, by the way. Damn, dude, out of fucking energy already?
Now look at you! You won't get away.
Hello?
Leave me alone!
Because the game has to take us to where it wants us to end the chase.
Yeah?
Catch you later! Damn it! Get back here!
Weird exchange that was.
What the? Where'd he go?
Right there? That. Oh, that was probably a sticker.
Kawana!
You guys again. You really need the masks? Come on, Kurakawa kids.
He knows who we are.
You heard that, right? The detective here already knows everything.
Kawana!
What are you going to do now? What do you think happens when he spills everything? Sounds like your lives are over, unless you shut him up.
Sensei, you'll finish the job for us, right?
Huh? Is that you, Akahike?
Oh, he's even got a name to your voice.
Answer me, Sensei!
I know. I'll be the one to finish it. You just knock him out.
Okay then. Time to learn your lesson!
Come on. What kind of lesson is this?
The best you got? Humps. Of course, Kwana knew that, and that was just
Kawana!
a distraction.
Oh, Kawana!
Ooh, good, you're awake. I can extract information out of you. Oh, never mind. Yagami! Oh, it's Yui Mamiya. Dumbass.
Really? So nice of you to stick around. Mamiya-san. Well, since Kawana couldn't stay, sounds like you're not out of the woods just
You wanna go back to Charles? Previously on Lost Judgment.
13 years in the past. Mitsuru Kusimoto plunged himself into a coma, sealing his fate alongside Kawana's. Ridden by guilt, Kawana sets off on a path of vengeance, and the bullies he drags with him are shackled to the shadows. However, Yokosawa's murder serves as a deadly wake-up call to what he's done.
Hey. What are you doing?
Taking photos of
Getting
all your faces.
identification on record, so you won't be a threat to us anymore.
What?
And I think you owe us after everything you've done. Expect me to come collect one of these days. Your carriage awaits, Mamiya-san.
Don't tell me we're going back to that dingy arcade.
We sure are. But try not to hold a grudge. It wasn't us who abandoned you.
Why? What was the point of all of that? Welcome back to Charles.
Higashi, you already called Sari-san and the gang, right?
Yeah, I let them know what's up. They said they'll head over when they're ready.
Fumbling and hitting my desk. Alright, let's see what the next chapter has for me. Okay. That is just so funny. That is just so
Did
funny.
Shirosaki-sensei say anything?
Well, she was pretty stunned when I told her who Kawana really is and what he's up to.
Sounding a little smug there, Higashi-san. Taking credit for the detective work you didn't even do? Back me up here, Yagami-san.
Whatever, man.
Back me up here.
Kawana got away, and that's all that matters. Still, the task in front of us is finishing Sari-san's case.
Fucking
We
kidnap
have to
this
clear up
woman,
Bahara's crime
drag
once and
her
for
over
all.
to this fucking arcade.
With Mamiya-san's
Kawana
help, of
calls,
course.
we let her go. And then we
Finally,
kidnap her
ready
again
to
and
get
drag her
some
back to the
answers.
arcade.
Well, we still got time till Shirosaki-sensei gets here. Why don't you take a breather, Yagami-san?
Huh? That'd be okay?
Sure. I'll call you once everyone's here.
Yeah, a break sounds good.
By the way, Higashi, has anything unusual gone down in Kamasho lately?
Any side
Anything
quests?
involving RK?
Yeah, about that. My guys are saying things have been a little too quiet since yesterday. Soma and Akutsu are out in Ijincho too. When they come back, they're in for a rude awakening. And they can pay for what they did to Kaito Aniki.
Make 'em pay? Aren't your Yakuza days behind you now?
That's not the Yakuza in me talking. That's just a problem I'm gonna be the solution for.
Isn't that exactly what a Yakuza would say?
Fine. Think of it as getting revenge for a brother.
Still Yakuza.
Doing the right thing, damn it!
Yeah, maybe it's just how you're putting it.
Besides, what's it matter if I was Yakuza? I've got my own code, and I'm gonna do right by me.
Whatever you say. Much as things change, they stay the same.
So might as well go check out what City's doing. Literally, we're not gonna lock you into even more main story. Here's a quick side quest. Distraction, if you want it. Well. Are there even Chapter 10 side quests? There is, okay. Right, the taxis are significantly less convenient in Kamurocho. I'm just running there. Dude,
Hey,
it's
Yagami,
been like
it's
5
Sugura.
seconds.
Hey,
Shirosaki-sensei and the others just got to Charles. They're getting ready to grill Mamiya-san.
got it. Then I'll head back
Who
soon.
brought the grill?
Thanks.
Does Charles have one? Oh, you mean interrogate? Yeah, I definitely understood that. Pathetic.
Really, guys?
Honestly embarrassing. I would retire if I was a goon. Yakuza.
Here we go.
Dude, no wonder the fucking Pojo clan disbanded if that's what you got. Embarrassing, bro. Embarrassing. Go do the chapter 10 side quest. This is it, right? The detective's office? Yeah, he took some pics of my manager while he was out with his mistress, and this guy blackmailed him over it. He threatened to post him on social media? That'll put your career in the gutter real quick. Blackmail me? I've never done that.
Excuse me.
Wait, did you have some business with my agency? Well, white tee, black leather jacket, tight jeans. Even as the crispy dew and the chain wallet. This is... we're sorry. What the hell was that about? A jacket. That's, Yagami guy from Chatter. Dresses like a thug, just like his bio says. What's going on? Sounds like some bad rumors about me are getting around. What's been going on since I've been out of town? Good to Chatter. Time for some buzz research. Look myself up on the buzz researcher. Unclosed. Platinum plate. Yeah.
Look who it is. Stay safe.
Y'all gotta stop giving me fireproof protector 1, okay? I have like 100 of that. Alright, let's go look myself up on Twitter. Yagami. This guy Yagami really screwed my buddy over. More like a fraud then. Yagami just ran off. Saw him with my own 2 eyes. Threatening, extortion? This detective's a real thug, huh? Corrupt detective sold me a doctored photo, can't use this. Detective Yagami threatened all of my friend all of a sudden. Scammed by some asshole named Yagami. Cops asking about Yagami, stuff like we saw him. Just saw Yagami a bit ago. Real intimidating kind of guy. Freaking that you're full of shit. Dickhead Yagami's causing problems all over town. Paid a guy looking into an affair. Never heard from the fraud again. I asked for this fraudster to do a job 5 times, still no results. I just saw Yagami, scared the hell out of me. Be shook, got threatened. Fixing me, sugar babying it up. A fraud? What the hell? Don't know where this is coming from. Maybe I should air down my search. But I want to do, probably do them in order. Here we go. Corrupt detective. What's just doing this much damage already? Looks like the majority of it's from the past few days. What happened here? Can we figure out the rumors originating? Threatening extortions. Like it was a real thug. Yeah. 5 million shakedowns. I had no idea about any of this. Can't figure out where the rumors originated. Luminous accounts. See if these do me any good. See if focus on the Champion District. Police? Really? Well, that's just a rumor. Like, just the fact that bumping into people throws you off your skateboard means it's awful on the streets of Kamurocho, which are so fucking cluttered with everything. Oh great, it was the other side of the Champion District. Hello?
Really, guys?
Want to observe? Oh. Yagami! Get out of here! Get out of here! The old man from the last game.
Huh?
Hell is... I'm scared. Don't you worry, Taro. Grandma's gonna beat Yagami to a pulp. Wah! But Yagami's scary. Don't cry, Taro. Grandma promises Yagami's ass is grass. Oh man, Savagery? What the hell's going on in this town? Having a real bad feeling about this. Tells we have done for if I don't handle this just right. People have been bad-mouthing me all over town. This probably has something to do with it. Let's see what his deal is.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Is that... Ah, Yagami! So you're Yagami, the arrogant scumbag who robbed my adorable grandchild. No, this is all a big... 500 yen yesterday, today you hit him up for 50,000? How can you be so low? So Grandma's been itching to beat up whoever shook this kid down. Better nip this in the bud. Hold on, it's true of Yagami, I've never shaken anyone down. Sir, don't waste your breath kicking your ass from here to Sunday. Grandpa, wow, why Yagami? Better get going. 2 arms! That's another old man.
Huh?
The same old man? Are they twins or something? Or is this a Yagami? I'll slice them to bits. Wait till I get to taste an 8 times blade. That's worse. Yagami! Same old man! Show yourself! How can you do this to my grandchild?
Are you serious?
Come on, no, broadsword. Wait, holy shit, I mean triplets? It's getting bad. They've got me penned in. Anyway, I can distract these broken up grandpas? Akiyuki Yagami, evil detective? Question mark? Oh, but it's not the gold version. Lame. Oh, when in doubt, vampire out. I want to suck your blood. Let's get up on a trick the old let's get up on a trick the old timers. I mean, where are you? I'll have your head. Does Grandpa's go berserker mode for the grandkids or something? Slip past the murderous old men. Got all that somehow. What the hell? Shadow something about useless rumors. Guess I'll start hitting up my old haunts for any leads. First stop, Tender. Oh, Tender is right here. Uh-oh, police. Number of reports we've taken on him have gotten a lot worse in the past few days. We can speak with him in person. Even so, I don't know where he is. Is that so? If you see him, will you reach out to us? Sure, you'll be my first call. Guess the rumors about the police after me were true. Being after me were true after all. This sure is a bad day. Do what Masuda has to say. You never stitch me on me to the cops. Masuda. Doc, are you okay? Cops are just here. Someone you being a crooked detective? I don't know where this nonsense came from either. When I got back to Kamurocho, my rep was already tanked by somebody. You know anything about this? Even just a rumor? Hearing that this detective with your name's been blackmailing cheaters with wiretaps and pictures. He's even shaking down kids, making hostesses miserable at the bars. I had no idea about any of this. You only mean an imposter's on the loose. An imposter? Me? Booking some get out of pretending to be some regular detective. No clue, but he sure wants people to know he's you. Whenever he finishes raising hell for somebody, he throws a bunch of your cards around, like this one. This card looks like the real thing. If he's throwing them around like confetti, my guess is that he has a ton of them. Where could an imposter get so many of your business cards? Either he made his own copies, or he stole them out of the office. Your office, when you lock up when you leave, right? I don't think I can remember the last time I locked up. Don't you ever get sick of unlocking and locking the doors all the time? Is this a reference to the fact that you no longer have the E mini game? So you're no longer constantly having to unlock the door? You don't actually lock the door anymore? Also, we just had Kuwana in my office. So... Peace, talk about Careless. Did you hear this is Kamurocho? The Calvert from now on. The imposter did sneak into my office. I'm gonna have left some sort of trace. Enter the office. You're around. I just had Kuwana in my office and also indicated that I do in fact lock my doors during that conversation. So, what in the... Place is a sty. Was someone partying here while I was gone?
Seriously?
Again, we were literally just here. Guess the funny Yagami really made himself at home. Okay, bold, but also stupid. Gotta be some evidence of who I'm dealing with, somewhere in this mess.
Hey,
Hot pot right on the desk. That's gonna leave a mark. Pot's pretty big, full of chili shrimp, looks like. Did my phony host actually host people here? Did my phony actually host people here? It's been barely touched, maybe someone came up in the middle of dinner. Another client to handle. Still warm, means they were just here.
What the?
Data chip bag, trash where it belongs.
Suspicious.
Place reeks of booze. Looks like a tank rolled the air down a party. Damn, I wonder who it could be. Who do we know that just loves eating food? A lot of chili shrimp. Still warm, don't mind possibly been gone long. Also barely touched it for some reason. Which would be he saw me coming. That explain why he left his food here. I mean he hasn't gone far either. Still almost reeks. Don't anyone be around this for long without smelling like garlic and chilies.
Wait a minute.
Rampo.
This way, huh? Who's a good boy? I believe in you, buddy.
Yeah.
Doing great. Got something?
Dude, all these people. There's too many NPCs in this game on the streets of Kamurocho specifically.
Doing great.
Get over your cash. Please no. You want me sharing these pictures of you cheating with the world? Huh, Mr. Big Shot Company Manager? Anything with that. I have a wife. I have a child. Should have thought that before you cheated. That's on you. Just think of it as 500,000 yen learning fee. Couldn't afford that? You better listen real good, pal.
Takayuki Yagami.
Takayuki Yagami.
Hey! Huh?
What? You're... Huh? Oh, wait. Of all the people... You're Yagami?
I'm Takayuki.
Yeah. Jackass is the one person to me. Look, I'm not stupid. You're Sakikiba from the Neo Keihin gang, aren't you? How'd you know? I really want to know some people mistook you for me. I'm the real Yagami. This guy's a phony. No, I assure you, that's not Takayuki Yagami. I'm more in shape than that. Yeah, haha. Fat joke.
Hey!
Hey.
Takikibo's get real. The jig's up, man. Kasai, you were in on this too? What are you trying to pull here? You fucked shit up for us bad, Yagami, and not just once, twice. We're finally getting back on track. We were finally getting back on track because the Neo Keihin gang knew to go and ruin it. Even our main man Koga's gone now too. This is just some petty revenge. That's why you dragged my name through the mud, try to ruin my business, and you got some pissed off fogies to come from my head. You are some real pieces of work. It's your fault. I'm starving again. Oh, shut up. I'm sick of this fucking haha fat. Haha fat.
Here we go.
Oh right, he's in agony. Never mind. I wish I didn't do this. It's gonna take all of my meter for nothing. And we'll kill them.
Let's go. Let's play fight. Come on, bring it. Is that all you got? Come on, bring it. Is that all you got? Come on, bring it. Is that all you got? Come on. Is that all you got? Come on.
I'm trying to get my meter back.
Let's do this.
I'm just sad, honestly. That's over with. Looks like you're able to be your name after all. Jeez, that's one hell of a mess. At least you got a taste of what it's like to be a local celebrity. Guess so, more than a taste. I think I've had my fill. From the shadows, this discreet detective seems to be just fine. Sounds like you and I are both happiest with some peace and quiet. Here's the, that last thing.
Yeah.
Here's peace and quiet. Well, that just happened. You can just go straight to stereo high from here, that's funny. Oh, we're back to Charles. With our hostage. Same hostage we were just at Charles with earlier.
Really? You too, Genda-sensei?
What?
Oh, but now
Am I in the way?
everyone's here.
Of course not. I didn't know you still did
Super
film.
Smash Brothers Ultimate moment.
I figured if they could pull a fast one on Saori-kun, I'd at least want to look him in the eye.
Why are all these people here? What gives?
Yeah, we brought a lot of people
been
just
waiting
to
for you,
interrogate
Yamada-san.
one person.
Mamiya-san is about to enlighten us on the truth behind the groping.
Good.
Oh, and I heard about Sawa-sensei. I'm so sorry.
Our condolences.
Looks like she got mixed up in all this when RK was
She
chasing
was
us
just the
before.
teacher I harassed at work
We're
every
still not
single
sure
fucking
why
day.
they chased him. To figure that out, we'll have to retrace Kawana's steps.
It's so funny because she
Exactly.
hated me. Every
That's
single
sad.
interaction
Let's
with
start
her
with
is just
harassment
leave me
charges, Mamiya-san.
alone. Alright, tell us all
Fine.
about how you're a lying woman
Let's
who
get this over with.
falsely accused a man.
Pout all you want, but keep the answers straight. Got it?
Ihara's assault was designed to establish a false alibi
I
for
hate this part
Mikoshiba's
of the
murder.
story.
So Kawana had you play the victim, and together you pulled one over on the police and the court.
Can you confirm if this is all accurate so far, please?
Yeah.
The person who groped you on the train wasn't Ihara-san himself. It was his stand-in. And my understanding is that he had conspirators to help him fabricate this event?
That's right.
What was Kawana doing at the time? Was he in Ijinsho or Tokyo?
Didn't you hear your lady friend? Ihara-san had a stand-in.
And that stand-in was our sensei.
You mean Kawana posed as Ihara himself? So this Ihara was actually Kawana. Huh.
Sensei and Ihara-san have a pretty similar build. Not sure they could have pulled it off otherwise, you know?
But some spots don't look right, like his mouth. You sure that's really Kawana-san?
That part around his mouth is fake. He said he scanned Ihara-san's face and made it on a 3D printer.
What? Come on, man.
Huh. You can print things in 3D now?
Well, it's a machine that takes a model's data from a computer and prints physical objects using materials like resin. So if you were to scan a person's face onto a computer, a 3D printer could accurately recreate it.
I don't know the details, but that's what Sensei used to become Ihara-san.
Something like this. See, with a 3D printer, a piece of a face is pretty easy to make.
What the hell?
I see. His eyes are hidden behind the sunglasses, and the seams on his jaw are obscured by the mask.
It's incredible, I must say. With the mouth area so visible, it's too convincing to think he's anybody else. And with the prosecution assuming he's just another sexual predator, they fell for it.
This is no time to be impressed. In case you forgot, he had the
Ridiculous.
defense fooled too.
Right.
Assuming Kawana was Ihara's double, there's still some evidence I'm iffy about.
I'm of the same opinion.
Okay. Which evidence
Clown
is
shit.
questionable?
Clown shit, Jonkler ass plan. Pull back the curtain on this case. Any evidence I'm unsure of, you can press mommy on it right now.
This piece of the puzzle still needs an explanation.
Is that...
The police examined the trace evidence on Ihara's hands after he was caught. And from the analysis, the same fibers from Mamiya-san's undergarments were found on Ihara's hands.
That's right. If the stand-in was the groper, Ihara-san wouldn't have touched Mamiya-san at all. But the evidence on Ihara-san's hands suggests otherwise. Rather strange, isn't it?
I take it there was a trick to this, too?
That's simple. Before I got on the train, I met with the real Ihara-san at the underground platform. That's when I had him touch the undergarment. After that, all I had to do was go to the bathroom and put them on. That's where the fibers in the trace were from.
Yeah,
What the
yeah.
police found on Ihara-san's hands was exactly what we wanted them to find. And it would serve as hard proof he grabbed me. The cords really ate it up. It was hard not to laugh sometimes, to be honest.
You're really starting to open up. That's the spirit. How about this, then?
And this is?
Before the incident, Ahara used this car.
There's no one taping this. I don't know what we would get from taping us interrogating a woman we kidnapped and took to the arcade we take everyone we kidnap.
To go through the ticket gate at Ikebukuro, the time of which was recorded.
Right, and it was on October 7th at 7:43 a.m.
Thanks, Hoshino-kun.
Thanks,
Happy to
Hoshino.
help, Yagami-san.
At the earliest, Mikoshiba's time of death would have been 7:30 a.m. If Ahara killed Mikoshiba in Ijincho, he would have only had 13 minutes to get to Ikebukuro. And frankly, that's impossible.
That's what's stumping you?
Huh?
Sensei borrowed the card from Ehara-san beforehand and passed her the gate. Afterward, he slipped it back to Ehara-san when they switched places.
Yeah.
That way, Ehara-san ended up having the time-stamped card on him. Makes sense now.
So even the entry time through the ticket gate was used as part of
The
the
obvious.
It all seems so obvious now that I hear it. Nobody'd suspect that a groping was being used as an alibi for murder.
Yeah. And on top of all that, no one knew Mikoshiba had been killed during the trial. They really pulled it off.
Anything else?
Okay, what are we doing here? Okay.
Any thoughts after seeing this?
Stop it.
No.
You're gonna look away? You aided and abetted by playing the victim.
Don't
didn't
give
you?
a shit at all.
I mean, yes,
Who put this video up on the internet?
Sensei did. He said from the start that once Ehara-san got his guilty verdict, he'd upload it to the internet.
So that was all part of the plan.
Yeah. Sensei can't forgive the law for how easy it lets him.
Alright, so, do you need a recap, Kiana? I don't know how long you've been here for.
The bullies. Ehara-san's the same way. His son's death was brushed aside. The court blamed his suicide on unknown factors. And that's what led them to his whole plan. The real victim is some bully who never got what he deserved, and the killer gets off in court by being convicted of battery. How would the public respond after finding out they'd gamed the law like that?
So Kawana and Ahara's real plan was to make a mockery out of the justice system.
Okay, but you missed the part
Seems
where
to be going well for them.
we found out
The
who
courts are
Kawana
beside
was.
themselves for dragging the police into this.
I guess Ahara really was desperate. He was never concerned about his own punishment. He tarnished his own name to
Or what his
humiliate
role
the
in this
law.
was. We did find out yesterday
Yeah.
that he was
Cop or not,
the
Ahara's
teacher
broken.
of the bullies
Nobody
from
took
13 years ago.
responsibility for his son's death, and the courts all but ignored his case. No wonder he went along with Kawana.
So Kawana, as we found out yesterday, was the teacher for the class 13 years ago that Sawa Sensei was part of, but also was where a kid who jumped off the roof and then has been in a coma for 13 years ago because he got bullied so hard from. And then we found out that all of the bullies in that class were people we've seen. With like the woman this woman, Yui Mamiya, and also some other guys that we had seen. Well, we found out today that basically, Juana's entire plan has been vigilante murdering bullies who bully people so hard that their victims kill themselves. He waits until they become adults and then vigilante murders them. And he's like, the system's awful, the bullies get away with it. Like, I'm helping people by killing bullies. But it's like, you're not helping shit, dude. You're not stopping these kids from killing themselves. You're waiting until after they kill themselves to kill their bullies 4 years later. And this is what I meant. That's who I was talking about. That people think the bad guy in this game is actually the good guy. There are people who think that Kawana is just objectively right and correct. When all he does is vigilante murder people 4 years later, right? Like, he doesn't actually do anything to help stop bullying. He just kills bullies years later when they become adults because he can't kill kids. Also, hi, Wolf.
Can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Sensei and Ehara-san are the perfect pair with nothing to lose. The only ones
How
who
have you
do
been?
are the ones forced to comply. Us. Speaking of which, are we done here yet?
Yagami-san, you sure that's enough?
Yeah, I think we've got plenty. Bottom line, groping was a fabrication. At the very least, we know that the prosecution's evidence can all be refuted.
The courts were being intentionally misled. I'm considering filing an appeal.
Are you saying you want a retrial?
I am. We'll reveal Ehara and Kawana's plot and overturn the verdict they issued.
That might be harder than it sounds.
Why do you say that, Genda-sensei?
Well, the previous trial resulted in
Ehara doesn't want that appeal.
Right? As the client, if he doesn't want an appeal, there's no way you're getting one. Doesn't matter what any lawyer tries to do. If Ehara refuses to appeal, then that's that.
And we'll talk to him tomorrow. First, we need to see how he reacts to everything we've got on him.
Sounds good. Then let's
How
meet
are
at
we
the
convincing
detention
it?
center
Whatever.
tomorrow.
Will do.
So, we done for the night?
Sure are. Great job, everyone. Go get some rest.
Are we still keeping her hostage? Probably not.
Yo, Yagami. You
No,
sure
okay.
it was cool to let
We
that
do
Maya
answer
chick
that
just
question.
go home?
Yeah? Why?
I mean, she helped Kawana kill all those people. Aren't you gonna turn her in or something?
I would, but there's nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do?
Frankly, we don't have any proof of the murder she was talking about.
What, so this is all for nothing?
Nothing directly pointing to Mamiya, anyway. Aside from Mikoshiba, no other
I'll
bodies turned
loudly
up.
crack my knuckles.
Which means all we can do is take her home, right? Sugiura is making sure she gets back safe.
Fine, forget
It's
it.
like
Why are you still here?
Enemy
Everyone else went home already.
pre-fight cutscene.
Come on, man, why the cold shoulder? Am I really that annoying?
Why do you hate me still, Yagashi?
You wouldn't be the guy I'd call to hang out with. So if you're done,
I just want to
go.
hang out with my boyfriend's
Wow.
boyfriend.
Straight for the jugular, huh?
But if it's help you need, I'll be there. I've had nothing but time lately. But only if you bow your head and ask nice. Then I'll consider it.
I know for a fact you'd help me out regardless, so why waste a good bow? Thanks for the drink.
Dude, come on. That was your cue to bow and ask nice.
I can never forget Higashi. I can never forget my boyfriend's boyfriend. Gonna go with Sari-san to do hard tomorrow. Time to call it a day. Going all the way back to the SVR. Also, I love his introduction in this game. He just shows up helping two women who are being sexually harassed. He just shows up. I know what's assaulted. He just shows up and saves them casually. And then he finds out that one of those women was Kaori. And it's like, wait, what? So he just helped them because he's a good guy. Because he's a chivalrous knight. She's a maiden in distress. Of all the things that kicked me off the skateboard, being almost at the door wasn't enough. Okay.
Look who it is.
Yo, my inventory
Stay
was
safe.
full. Now we sleep on the couch. The Versari son of me interviewing Hara. Better take a cab to the Tokyo Detention Center. I'm not even gonna walk. Find that cab. Yeah, he does just have a much
So,
less
you're
support role.
recommending an appeal. I have that right?
But he has such a big role in the first Judgment game because a lot of the early chapters of Judgment, the first Judgment game, are like introducing that character. So you have like an entire quest dedicated to a character who has just shown up. So we have like an entire Higashi centered chapter in in the original Judgment.
Did some new evidence come to light?
Yui Mamiya told us some things, like how you faked your alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. You wanted the sexual battery conviction, right?
Well,
your goal was to avenge your son and humiliate the law on a grand scale.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ahara-san, we have a much better grasp of the situation than you think.
And what exactly have you grasped?
Like Yagami-san just said, you're innocent, as far as the harassment goes. As your lawyer, I'll file for an appeal, and we'll make sure the world knows it.
Thanks, but no. I'm scum of the earth. A pervert. The prosecution and the judge made that very clear in the verdict.
On the day of the crime, October 7th, at around 6:30 a.m., you were in Ijincho, not Tokyo.
Baloney. I was relaxing at home.
Except that you weren't.
Oh?
You wanted to give the man who pushed your son to suicide the beating of a lifetime. And you'd miss out on that opportunity if you were at home, which is why you were in Ijincho instead. Isn't that right? You and Kawana's former student staked out
but I'm still not
Mikoshiba's
getting
house
that
until you
appeal
left.
because that would ruin my plan.
Then you dragged your prey into a car and brought him to an abandoned building in Ijincho, which would later become a murder scene. Every bone on Mikoshiba's fingers was broken. Remembering how he pushed Toshiro-kun to his death, it's no wonder you'd go that far. You tortured Mikoshiba without a shred of remorse.
Dude, like how this guy's happily
You
just
inflicted
like
no small amount of pain and
snapping
terror.
fingers here.
There's no way you weren't there, and I'd put my money on that.
And then...
You need the whole play-by-play? Even though you already know it?
Oh, not at all. I'm just fascinated by this outrageous little story.
There's pieces of evidence to show what he did next after beating up Mikoshiba. But killed him.
As for what you did next after beating Mikoshiba,
It's quite a home video.
without leaving anything on Mikoshiba's body that could be traced back to you, you slit his throat. Estimated time of death was around 7:30 a.m. on October 7th. You tossed the bloody coat and made your way to Ikebukuro Station, where Yui Mamiya was waiting.
Are you sure? I was at Ikebukuro by 7:30 a.m. Would have been impossible for me to kill Mikoshiba in Ijincho.
The person in the security camera footage in Ikebukuro was a double who imitated your
He
likeness.
3D printed your face.
The
so where's the
identity of whom
mask?
belonged to Jin Kawana, the handyman in Ijincho. Or maybe you know him by a different name.
Ooh, Kitakata.
Former high school teacher Yu Kitakata. So which name did he give you?
I don't know who you're talking about.
With Kawana in view of the security camera, you met up with Yui Mamiya at Ikebukuro first. That's where you touched the undergarments she had repaired. The police would later discover the trace evidence on your hands and pin the groping on you. Then you made your way to Shinjuku Station. After that, Mamiya and Kawana acted out the groping as they arrived at Shinjuku Station. Kawana jumped out of the train and Mamiya chased after him. And then, in the smallest of blind spots in a station absolutely packed with cameras, you were waiting for Kawana, who looked just like you. With the two of you matching, you were able to swap places in that huge crowd without anyone noticing. Kawana handed you the transit card used to pass the ticket gate. Just one piece of hard evidence that places you in Ikebukuro at 7:43 a.m. And right after the swap, Mamiya started calling for help. After that, well, we've all seen how the news reported it. You were caught in a public place with plenty of witnesses.
An active duty police officer arrested for sexual battery. The public outcry was very clear. As a result, despite it being your first offense, you were actually tried and convicted. The consensus is that it was a fitting punishment for someone so heinous. Even as your lawyer, I felt the same.
Have some confidence in yourself, Shirosaki-sensei. The prosecution, the judge, and a lawyer like you all laid out the evidence in court and found me guilty. I'm in no position to doubt you. And I've long accepted the ruling that Toshiro was never bullied. There's nothing I can do but abide by the rule of law. Right? That's all I can do, right?
I know what you're trying to say. You carried out the justice that the courts wouldn't, right?
Everything my son went through was passed off like it never even happened. School, the teachers, and yes, the court. They all dismissed the reason he died.
That's when Kawana came in the picture, telling you Toshiro-kun had been bullied. But was it Kawana's words that suddenly made you want to kill Mikoshiba? Because all of his fingers were broken while he was still alive. Was that really all just your pent-up rage?
What do you have to say, Ihara-san?
Shouldn't have been any evidence of Mikoshiba's bullying. Who told Ihara the truth? Sawa-sensei.
Was Sawa-sensei the one who told you the truth? She was the only person Toshiro-kun confided in. You had to have heard it from her, right?
Nearly hit the nail on the head, as they say.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
Nearly?
After my trial, she confessed she knew about the bullying. But only to her old teacher over the phone.
Ah, he recorded it.
She had no idea she was being recorded.
What?
Kawana-san let me listen to that recording where I learned Sawa-sensei had been muzzled by both the homeroom teacher and the lawyer. That was the proof of Toshiro's bullying I'd wanted all throughout the trial. After hearing Sawa-sensei's words, I finally understood. They pushed my boy over the edge.
Was there no other evidence of the bullying? Like a diary of Toshiro-kun's or something of the sort?
Nothing. Toshiro never talked to me or my wife about the bullying. And that was probably all my fault. He was bullied in middle school, too. Kids would throw his pencil case around.
Here comes.
Hide his books. When I heard about it, I chewed him out. They walk all over you because you're weak. Grow spine.
Damn, I wonder who's really responsible for his suicide.
I take it that was the wrong approach.
No shit, Sherlock.
I can't imagine how much courage it took for him to...
Dude told his dad, I was being bullied. His dad said, it builds character. Get bullied more.
And I should have listened when he pleaded for help.
Yeah, it's your fault too.
I was proud of his bravery. But instead, I pushed him away. And in the end, Toshiro tried to make sure he never showed weakness to us again. No matter how much pain he was in. He went to a private school out in Yokohama because he hated living with me.
Yeah.
But in the end,
wonder why?
He still suffered.
And that's why you didn't hesitate to unleash hell on Mikoshiba.
Can't help but notice that the only people Kuwana actually punishes for bullying are the students involved. He never bothers to punish the adults who enable it, like himself and Ihara. Damn, I wonder what Kawana's real motive is.
Say so.
Definitely just doesn't like killing people. That's definitely not the reason why. Don't want him to murder Mikoshiba. Must be killing him not
So the
to.
first time Kawana showed up was when he let you listen to the phone call with Sawa-sensei, right?
Yes. He approached me and asked me if I still wanted justice for my son. I was in uniform when he came to me too. Very bold. But it paid off. I owe him a debt of gratitude. He reassured me he had already taken care of multiple individuals like Mikoshiba, and that he'd urged other families to avenge the children they lost to bullying. He'd tell them that simply being branded a bully wasn't enough. He promised to deliver real justice.
If justice can be served at one's own discretion, laws would cease to serve their function. If the law isn't fair to everyone, no one will obey it. The law is only able to help the powerless because it can't be swayed by money, force, or anything else.
Yeah, I got real bad news for you about that one, though.
What's the solution when the law fails to punish someone who laughs in its face?
It loves being swayed by money.
To overlook those the law won't judge is to abandon those the law couldn't protect.
To render justice with confidence, you require sufficient evidence.
Some of the victims' families refused Kawana's offer of revenge, telling him it would be unforgivable. But even after rejecting his offer, not a one reported Kawana-san to the police. Do you understand what that implies? Whether you follow through with revenge or not, Kawana-san presents a solution that resonates with people. Being that the law
You just report everyone to the police?
Imperfect.
Like, that doesn't mean shit. People didn't report him to the police for a lot of reasons. Not because they think he's a good guy, but, oh yeah, hey, police, this weird guy came up to me. He said he murders people. I got no proof of it or anything. Like, come on, man.
Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not. But we're fighting to make it as fair as we can. Laws have to change until they are perfect.
They don't change fast enough. Toshiro's death was murder by another name. Yet Hiromi Koshiba walked free. He even got to enroll in a teaching program as a student teacher. Someone like him? It's insane! I'd die of old age before the law was ever written to be fair enough. For Toshiro's sake, I can't turn a blind eye to a world where the Mikoshibas can live without consequence. Tell me, what alternative was there to getting blood on my hands? I didn't have any other choice.
Yagami-san, did he just...
This is the first time you've admitted to killing Mikoshiba.
You really did your research, unlike those useless cops. Kawana-san's plan was impressive, almost airtight. I didn't expect it to be unraveled so quickly.
I just got lucky. There was some dirt on Yui Mamiya that Kawana could have used against her. If we hadn't found it, there's no way we would have gotten her to talk.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, but I'm under no
Oh, yeah,
obligation
she bullied
to-
a kid into suicide too.
Ihara-san, you'll be sent to prison as a sex offender as it stands.
Well,
of course.
He'll be sent to prison as an
Just as I
anything
planned.
offender.
The charges will be confirmed, and
We all know cops don't do too well in prison.
Police and prosecution. They wouldn't be able to admit they made a mistake. I could scream, "I killed Mikoshiba" at the top of my lungs. It wouldn't matter.
Are you saying you intend to admit to the murder after you're released?
Everyone's seen the video of me killing Mikoshiba by now. It's obviously authentic. But the prosecution and the police are saying it's fake. They need it to be fake. Even if I do confess, they'll sweep it under the rug.
They wouldn't.
No, that's not beneath them. But I take it how they react doesn't really matter to you. All you want is to humiliate the law, don't you? The same system that determined Toshiro-kun's incident didn't happen.
It seems you're starting to understand, Yagami-san.
Alright, as achieved most of what I wanted to do. Can't overlook what he's already done.
The prosecution wanted to charge me for Mikoshiba's murder. Then they'd have to retract the battery verdict. And that would mean admitting to a massive blunder by the court at the hands of a criminal. It would be chaos. Despite knowing who murdered Mikoshiba, no one would know what to make of the case. Wouldn't that just be wonderful?
I hear you. And I even get why you'd feel pretty proud of accomplishing that.
Do you?
But in this case, the guy's pretty much grabbed the tiger by the tail.
What tiger's tail?
Someone's issuing orders to the thugs in Kamurocho from behind the scenes. He's the tiger in this case. And they've been closing in on your partner, Kawana. And Sawa-sensei got in their path. I'm sure you get the newspaper in here, right? You know, don't you? Sawa-sensei was killed after the thugs broke into her home. All because she got involved with Kawana.
I'm aware she was killed. This is the first I'm hearing of the reason why. And by thugs, you mean RK?
Yeah, you're an active cop,
but we
so
don't know why
obviously
they're
we
going
know
after Kawana. Any ideas?
No way I'd know.
You think it could be because she got mixed up in your deadly little game?
Excuse me?
That's what getting away with murder really looks like. The more you perpetuate the lie, the greater the rift you create. And then, the unthinkable happens. Kawana killed others besides Mikoshiba. You said so yourself. That's what brought the angry tiger into play. And if Sawa-sensei ended up paying for that instead, then how can you begin to believe your vengeance is fair?
Because she gave false testimony. She lied in court to say Toshiro was never bullied.
She couldn't name Mikoshiba, who was a minor at the time, without evidence. What's more, she was haunted by her testimony, always second-guessing if she did the right thing. But now she's been killed. Somehow that's acceptable to you? I'm gonna clear up what happened to Sawa-sensei, just like you did for Toshiro-kun.
How?
By going public with everything you and Kawana did. The first step is to appeal the sexual battery and undo this whole lie.
You never groped Yui Mamiya. That's one crime you're innocent of, Ehara-san. The court's verdict was incorrect. So please give us the chance to appeal. We can prove your innocence.
What on earth would I get out of that?
You get to humiliate the court again. Besides, what are you gonna do for the next half a year in a cell?
Fine. Do what you want. But just know this.
Why would he ever agree to the appeal?
Yes.
I don't care.
I have no intention of
It's fine that he
admitting
agrees to the
killing
appeal. It's
Yoshida
still
in
the Yakuza
court.
game.
Is your appeal still worth a damn?
We won't know till we try. Let's go, Sari-san. We have client approval to proceed with the appeal. We better act fast.
Yes, agreed.
Yagami-san. Sawa-sensei's death isn't on me. Even if I have grabbed the tiger by the tail. That doesn't mean I killed her.
By that logic, you may as well admit that Mikoshiba didn't kill Toshiro-kun. You can't have it both ways. Listen to me. Everything about you, about Kawana, about why Sawa-sensei had to die, we're gonna expose all of it. That's the only thing left we can do for her.
I can't wait for the plot to start escalating. Like, we had there's chapter 10, 11, 12, and finale left. So there's 4 chapters, including the one
I'm
we're
going to
doing right
fill
now left.
Genda-sensei in on what happened. Why don't you head over to the office?
There's like entire elements we have yet to actually touch upon. There's still more layers.
So then, Ihara
Of this
admitted to
onion.
killing Mikoshiba, did he?
Off the record, yeah. He also admitted Kawana approached him to offer revenge.
Hold on, I have a frickin' ping. Oh, never mind. Actual DM.
Sounds like you were productive.
It's enough for us to move forward with the appeal, I'd say. How does that sound, Genda-sensei?
Genda-sensei?
The sexual battery and Mikoshiba's murder are the very same case. To clear Ihara of harassment, you'll need to prove he murdered Mikoshiba. But you don't have evidence he did, do you?
Ihara-san was captured on video committing the murder.
And the prosecution claims it's a fake, of unknown origins.
Need the murder
Police
weapon.
are saying the same.
They're only saying that to cover their asses.
In reality, the sexual battery evidence against Ihara-san is what was really fake. At the very least, we can claim Yui Mamiya and the others aided in fabricating that, alibi or not.
You really think the courts will grant you an appeal for just that?
Are you saying that's not possible?
I wouldn't go that far. But Ihara won't admit to murdering Mikoshiba in court. Kinda significant, don't you think? So what chance do you have even if you do appeal? Without any decisive new evidence, you'll just end up splitting hairs over the original verdict. And what good'll it do other than damage your own reputation, Saru-kun?
Genda-sensei is worried that Sari-san's career is worried about Sari-san's career. I'm sure that's the case, though.
To be honest with you, I feel like I've been deeply underestimated.
What?
Saori-san, are you actually mad?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I am.
You have every right to be.
Listen, Sensei. Ihara and Kawana devised this plan knowing full well they could manipulate the justice system. Have we not fallen right into their trap? If we take pity on the prosecution now, we play right into their hand.
True.
So how can we worry about reputation when our duty as lawyers is to face the law?
I understand where you're coming from, and you're right to think it, but...
And another thing. While acting as Ihara's defense in the first trial, I never truly believed the claim. I didn't trust the person I was defending, and I felt sick to my stomach even being in the courtroom.
Saori-san.
Damn, that sounds
Ihara
familiar.
saw right through that. He probably took great delight in our myopic dedication to the law. And I won't stand for that. I'm gonna show him exactly what I can do.
What about you, Yagami? I want
Deja vu. Not saying it, he disagrees with Sari-san. I should move this forward. I defer to Hoshino-kun.
We should listen to Sari-san. I understand why Ihara and Kawana did what they did, but I can't condone it.
I see. So you feel it too, huh?
Yes. Although my motivation may not be as righteous as Sari-san's.
What do you mean?
Mikoshiba's murder, the fake groping alibi, the one behind it all was Kawana, and he's in hiding. We need to shine enough light on him that the public can see what he is. And the perfect place to do it is during Ihara's appeal hearing.
So it's not Ihara you're after, but Kawana.
If we pursue Ihara's case, Kawana-san's actions will naturally come to light.
And if we draw out Kawana, then RK and the ones backing them will make their move. Soma from RK said Sawa-sensei knew too much. Which means whoever's behind them has a secret that needs to stay buried. even if it means murder. And I need to figure that secret out. I owe Sawa-sensei that closure. The only thing we can do for her now is make sure the ones pulling the strings pay for it.
Well said. I guess going back wasn't ever really an option.
Genda-sensei.
Looks like I got complacent from all the peace and quiet. Leave it to me to underestimate the younger generation.
I apologize. I shouldn't have been so impertinent.
That should be my line, Saori-kun. I suppose I have to make up my mind after all that, don't I? Get out there and do what needs to be done. And heaven help anyone in your way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You heard him.
Sugiura's here too. Tsukumo's calling. Hope everything's okay.
Hello?
Yagamishi, are you still in Kamurocho?
Yeah.
Yeah, why? What's up?
I'm afraid RK seems to be amassing in Ijincho. It's very bizarre.
Are they now?
Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that the officers like Soma and Akutsu are still in town.
Sounds like
Think
it.
so? If I was Soma, I'd have left Ijincho by now. He's a person of interest in Sawa-sensei's murder, too.
That's also
I see. That does make sense.
Things are settling into place here, though. I'm heading back to Ijincho with Sugiura. We got a lot to go over with you when I get back.
Wonder what it could be. Okay, see you soon then.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, we're going to what the Ijincho's like, huh? Okay. Oh no, okay. Okay. After Ijincho. The Yokohama 99? Okay. Wait, Sugiura's with me. I can't ride my skateboard. Fuck you, Sugiura. Why can't you also ride your skateboard? You canonically also have a skateboard. That's how I got my skateboard.
Great.
That guy's got a... These guys have guns. You need a bullet. Yeah, it's a spoon on the skateboard. Show a dual record Sky. Where do I get this one? Chapter 12 on Adair's Wares. Oh, that sucks. You can't hit me in the air.
Here we go. That all you got? Come on, bring it. That all you got? Come on, bring it. That all you got? Come on, bring it.
This is just me doing this for fun, because I think it's cool.
Come on, bring it.
Okay, hit him. really enjoy the... Wow, 1,000 SP. That was a lot of SP. Let's get 2,000 SP per fight now. Let's go. That wasn't even with the boosts. See how much SP I get with the 4 times boost. Ooh, there's a big guy this way. Oh, they're just students. Just 3,000 to fight. Alright. SP is easy, dude. Holy. It just takes 10 of these fights and I get a free gamble item. I'm also right next to Restaurant Row, which is filled with the dudes that just fight you constantly. Ow. What a waste.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go.
Big SP.
Really, guys?
Be even better if if Sugiura weren't here, so I had my skateboard, but still. Like, I've already got 10,000. I started with 0, I'm at 10,000. Crazy.
Here we go.
Come on, Jesus.
Stay down.
Ooh, mini boss, let's go.
Great.
That hurt, but still pretty easy. Those no SP though. Those guys are not worth it. I guess they give you money, but still.
Here we go.
Gun? Oh shit, I've been agony. That fucks me up because I can't do the weave forward.
Waste.
I am actually curious.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Starving. I'm starting to feel it.
Pick up
Pretty tasty,
valuables.
thanks.
They'll pick up valuables.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
It's the present that I'm looking for. Oh. Find treasure.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
E-gain.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
Go find treasure.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Come on, give me the last one. Why is it giving me all of them except for the fourth
Pretty
one?
tasty, thanks.
I want to know what the little gift is.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
I mean, I have
Pretty
infinite
tasty,
money.
thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
God, this make me so hungry though.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
I wonder if this restaurant might not get
Pretty
those.
tasty,
Maybe the
thanks.
maybe just a super rare bonus.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
I'm just what I want to know is I
Pretty
want to know what the
tasty,
last
thanks.
bonus is. Because there are 4 bonuses,
tasty,
but I've only
thanks.
seen the find treasure, find rare materials, and SP game.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
And the materials and treasure one only. Oh, here we go. Item drop. Only 2? Come on, man. I finally get item drop plus, and I only get 2.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Getting real mad unlucky.
Pretty tasty, thanks. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Okay, but item drop is one. I think that's the one I want. Because I know you can actually just farm gamble items. By having item, through,
That all you got? Come on, bring it.
Oh, ho, ho. Oh, I'm so cool.
Really, guys?
I love being cool in this game. This game's combat is so fun. The only thing I wish enemies just had more HP so I could do more things. But it's rough, because, like, You can't just keep giving enemies HP in video games. We've all played video games where enemies have way too much HP.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
We can get 3 times item drop.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
Let's see what kind of shit I get from this. What? Did you see that guy get, like, Smash Bros. Spiked? I don't think I even saw a single item drop. I wasn't really paying attention to that because I forgot I got item drop. Silver plate, that's not bad. Basics of Shogi. $5,000 yen.
What a waste.
Pyroxene. I think I want 4 times item drop. But I think with 4 times item drop, I wind up getting shit like, cheat items. Ow. Royal Joker card.
What a waste.
I can't get cheat items like this.
Yeah, let's go.
Come on, stop locking in. Or locking onto the guy that you just launched across the map is what I'm trying to say.
Really, guys?
Bronze plate, come on. I can get a couple more fights in. I can get a couple more kills.
That's great.
Let's go. Here we go. Done here then? Let go. Come on, bring it. That all you got?
I gotta get my meter back up.
Come on, bring it. That all you got? Come on, bring it. That all you got?
I was bouncing him.
Stay down.
Alright, well now we know we can in fact farm cheat items by getting the item drop. For example, we know Pocket Cafe has item drop available now. God, this makes the map so much uglier. Okay, we're doing the story. We're not farming. God, I'm starving. I go make anything.
Well, now that's something. Looks like we're finally starting to see the whole picture.
Kuwana-san, or rather Kitakata-sensei, huh? And his students helped Ihara murder Mikoshiba. But there's still some things that doesn't explain.
Like what?
Like, why does RK keep going after Kuwana-san? You think that's weird too, right, Yagami-san?
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the
we
piece
need
of
to
the
know the
puzzle
link
that would
between
lead
the
us to
two.
why Sawa-sensei got killed.
Why is RK after Kuwana? How much do they know about him?
Before they came to Ijincho, RK was originally looking for Shinya Kawai. But when they found out he might have been killed, they suddenly shifted gears to Kuwana. So what are they trying to accomplish?
We can guess all we want, but that's not gonna get us anywhere. Shouldn't we ask someone in RK directly? They're strengthening their numbers in Ijincho as we speak.
The goons at the bottom rung aren't going to be in the know on that, though. Though if Akatsu or Soma were around, then we might get somewhere.
That's true.
Sitting around here won't get us any further.
Yeah, but
I'm
look
gonna
at
head into the
this,
city for
why?
a bit. I'm quick on my feet. That's about all I have going for me right now.
How modest of you.
Yeah, don't say that, Yagami-shi. Otherwise, what ground do we have to stand on?
I should head outside for now. Or are we gonna have a fuck around until fucking someone calls you? Fiction? A kill time? Yeah, we do. Now this would have been a good time to be fucking around with food and item drops. Never mind.
Hello?
It's Shirosaki. Do you have a minute, Yagami-san?
Yeah, what's up?
I was thinking back on our interview with Ihara-san, and something he said isn't sitting right with me. So I wanted to ask your opinion.
Which part felt off?
The part about Kuwana approaching other bullying victims besides Ihara-san to offer revenge. Ihara-san also mentioned that most of them rejected his offer, but never went to the police either.
Yeah, and?
Well, wasn't the first bully Kuwana killed his own student? Shinya Kawai, I mean.
Yeah?
Tormented by his bullies, Mitsuru Kusumoto's leap left him in a coma to this day. That event was the catalyst for Kuwana's actions. So wouldn't he have approached his parents about revenge too?
Yeah.
Mitsuru
And then
Kusumoto's
didn't he
You're talking
then
about his
kill
mother,
Shinya
Reiko
Kawai?
Kusumoto, right?
Mitsuru Kusumoto's mother, Reiko Kusumoto. She used to be just another suit in the Ministry of Health, but now she's Vice Minister. No, not the Vice Minister of Health.
Yes, who is currently Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. If she accepted or is even an
The Vice Minister of Health has
against
never
Kawai,
been
then
involved in a crime
there's no way she'd ever want that secret to get out.
in a judgment
With
game
her level
before.
of influence and power, wouldn't it be possible that she ordered RK to silence Kuwana? Which would explain how RK's actions are being controlled, wouldn't it?
And you think it's Reiko Kusumoto?
You don't think vice ministers can control criminal organizations from the shadows? You don't believe that.
Yeah. Tsukumo's actually looked into her before. I'll talk to him about it right now. Yeah, this is genius, Sari-san. This could lead us right to who's controlling RK.
Quite a compliment coming from you. I feel better already.
Don't sweat it. I'll call you if I find anything out.
Not even Vice Ministers. Vice Ministers of Health. Is Yagami gonna become the 4th Vice Minister of Health? So I get back to Tsukumo, it'd be worth looking to Reiko Kusumoto more closely. Well, I am the 4th rep of Made in Heaven, so Yagami has become the 4th leader of a gang. I'm gonna go put food on. I'm fucking hungry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'm just put bread in the toaster. I'm just very hungry. I don't have a lot of daytime foods that are easy to make and eat while playing a game.
Yagami-san, back already?
And I'm trying to resist ordering food
That was quick.
real hard.
I figured you'd be out in the town until evening.
Well, the day's not over yet. I need you to look into Reiko Kusumoto.
I gotta just bite the bullet.
She might be the one behind RK.
Go to a grocery store.
Really?
Yeah.
Buy some
Can you
fucking
pull up the
cold
picture
cuts
of her
for
you
the
showed me
exorbitant
last time?
price. Have a couple sandwiches throughout the week. A week's worth of sandwiches for $15.
Okay. Take a look at this, Yagamishi. Reiko Kusumoto became vice minister just recently. It hasn't even been a full year yet.
Looks like she's still got a good rep.
The other thing is needing
Yeah,
bread,
there's almost no criticism of her out there.
The Ministry Revolution, bucking the bureaucracy.
Bucking?
Golden
Oh,
parachutes
bucking.
don't fly with Kusumoto. Go her. Vice Minister is pretty high up there, yeah?
Yeah, the guy we owned
If
the
she really
last game
did
was
take
also
Kawana
a
out of
vice
his
minister
office,
of health.
silencing him would be the quickest way to save her skin. And in that case, she'd need some kind of connection to RK.
Some kind of connection? A bit vague, no?
Fair enough, but RK already took an innocent life while hunting Kawana down.
Right. And after killing Sawa-sensei, they tried to kill me, too. Still, no matter how dangerous the gang, murder is a risky proposition. Then again, if someone's pulling the strings, they have a lot less to worry about. Especially if that someone has vice minister status.
Well, the internet's not
Why
going to
would
give us
she
much
use
else.
Kawana?
How about we do our
No
usual
problem.
thing?
Sup, Andy? How have you
Go
been?
straight to the source.
Maybe we should.
Would it really be that easy to get a meeting with someone like her?
Mitsuru Kusumoto's still in a coma, right?
Yes?
If he's in a hospital, we can catch her by surprise there.
I get you. That might work.
Huh. What's this now?
What's what now?
Breaking news from the net. It says manhunt for Sawa-sensei's murderer.
Voice still
And
coming from Smash
it's
Con.
hitting the network news too.
We had a good time.
The person they're after is...
Wanted for the murder of private school teacher Yoko Sawa in her own apartment, Kanagawa PD is conducting a search for the suspect, self-proclaimed handyman Yu Kitakata.
Why are they looking for Kawana?
Shouldn't they be after Soma?
Sawa-san's former teacher before and after the incident. It's also surfaced that he's been using a false identity for over a decade. The police are hopeful that their search will turn up some sort of connection to Sawa-san.
Are the police going after Kawana, not Soma? What the hell?
If Kawana-san was caught on camera, then surely some RK thugs were as well?
Yeah, I think so. On that note, I should have been in the footage too. The police only seem to want Kawana, but why? Guess we'll have to ask them ourselves.
Ask who?
Detective Watanabe from Kanagawa PD. He was the guy in charge of Mikoshiba's murder.
Been a while, hotshot.
Yeah, I guess it has. Hey, I'm curious. Do you have any evidence that Kawana killed Sawa-sensei?
I take it you saw the news. Kawana was caught on camera near the crime scene, plus he knew the victim. And if that's not enough, he was using a fake name. How's that for evidence?
But I saw Soma holding an ice pick up to Sawa-sensei. Plus, there were RK footprints all over the scene. So why is Kawana the only suspect?
Because the big boys with big balls at HQ said so. Barking at me won't get you anywhere.
So this is all just pressure from upstairs? What is going on here?
Puberty again?
Bent out of shape. Kawana's a legitimate suspect, and all we're doing is following procedure. So stick your private investigator schnoz somewhere else.
You know, you sound pretty bent out of shape yourself. Where are you right now?
Uh-huh.
I was thinking maybe we could meet up. How's a free pass to bitch about your work sound? Abe-san?
On the phone, in person, there's nothing I can tell you.
He hung up.
Yagamishi, I managed to focus in on the background noise from your phone call. Despite all the interference, I have a good idea of Nabe-san's location.
What? Seriously?
He's on the main drag in Chinatown. If you go now, I'm sure you'll find him.
But is he even gonna listen to you?
It won't matter if I miss him because we sat here wondering.
Yagami Detective Agency, quick on its feet indeed.
Can't compete with that.
Chinatown, alright. I got my toast is ready, so give me 2 minutes. I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm just very hungry. It's night already? I get no sense of time from Yakuza games. It just changes like crazy.
Yagami, why are you here?
Oh, hey, Nabe-san. And you were...
It's Sakurai.
Oh, right.
I take it you didn't just happen to be in the neighborhood.
Let's just say some friends of mine have a real keen sense of smell. Something stinks about the cops here.
Excuse me, pal?
The Sawa case. Why aren't you going after RK? Or are you and you're just keeping me in the dark?
This isn't the place to talk about that. What the... Hey!
I get the feeling something's keeping you guys from doing your jobs. And I don't have to listen to you.
You want to say that again?
Sakurai, I gotta hit the can. Head back to the station.
Huh?
Need to take a piss, Yagami? You're looking hydrated.
What?
Yeah, good call.
Then let's.
You look like you got a lot of piss in those balls, Yagami.
Nice spot you brought me to. Very romantic.
Well, About to have a shitty conversation. Might as well do it with a pleasant view.
Do the cops really believe Kawana is responsible for Sawa-sensei's death?
We wouldn't be looking for him if we weren't serious. We even have a warrant.
To arrest Kawana?
His real name's Yu Kitakata. He's been using a fake. And he surfaces right at the murder scene of his former student. In my eyes, he was suspicious enough.
What about Soma from RK? He should have been spotted on the nearby cameras too, like when he entered her apartment.
He wasn't.
How is that possible?
Let me rephrase. There's no footage that had RK anywhere near it.
What's that supposed to mean?
From the moment Mikoshiba's murder went down, the higher-ups have been busy playing politics. I had a handle on things when they were just competing with Tokyo PD over who got to grill Ihara. But after that murder footage came out, it really stirred shit up. Sawa-sensei's case has me scratching my head too. Someone at the top is trying to keep details under wraps. And they think it'll work even in this day and age.
You're saying the whole force is in on a cover-up?
It started with the footage surrounding Sawa's apartment. Someone on the inside erased it. Any footage that had the RK guys tagged in it is totally wiped.
Erase the footage? Are you serious?
Yeah. You heard me. Kawana leaving her place is all that's left. Even the parts where you show up are long gone. Before and after, the only person that the cameras pin the crime on is Kawana himself.
Who would go so far to erase the footage? Who would do something like that?
It's time to let it
chill,
go.
Yagami.
Yagami. Mikoshiba's case and Sawa-sensei's case, they're closing the book. And to tie up the loose ends, and this is the shitty part, Kawana has to die in an accident.
What?
As soon as they track him down, they'll put him into custody and then blame it on negligence. They'll say he resisted arrest and died in the struggle, I guess. Someone clearly wants Kawana gone, and they have the power to do it.
Come on. Who could have that power?
Kawana is clearly a target of someone higher up. Even if he sees it coming, he won't be able to stop it. As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. You wouldn't understand until you've been on the force. When the team you're playing for is rotten to the core, all you can do is look the other way. As for me, I'll stick to the cut and dry cases for a while. That's what'll keep me an honest cop.
That's bullshit! You'll shut the lid on the trash, ignore the smell of the rot coming from inside, and go on pretending it's justice? And then you call that being an honest cop?
Asshole. Did you forget that you were talking to a detective?
You never did answer the question, Nami-san. Who had the authority to erase the security cameras?
There goes being an honest cop.
Kawana dead so bad that they do it inside.
Even if I told you, what the fuck could you do about it, detective? Smartass! Leave it alone, Yagami. It's for your own good.
Is that your call? Well, I think I'll be the judge of that.
I think I'll be the judgment of that.
Shit! I've had enough! Dead son of a bitch!
Let's go.
Let's play,
Damn it.
I think it's time you cool
Uh-oh.
off. Have a drink!
Wow. They hit you with the instant kill QTE.
Let's go. Here we go.
Dude, those analog stick QTs are hard. It's hard to see what direction they're pointing at. Come on, dude. I dodged that.
Give up already!
Ow. I love the juggling.
They broke the lock and forced their way into Sawa-sensei's place. That's when Soma came in. I'm sure she was terrified. They were pointing an ice pick at her. When I found her, her eyes were still open. I could see the tears. Yet the police are going after Kuwana instead of Soma. And the cops that were there know he isn't a suspect, but say their hands are tied. So it'll be my voice you hear instead of hers. And when they come to silence me, I'll know who the puppet masters are.
I hear you. And you're probably right.
And if you have any idea who might be pulling the strings, I need you to tell me before it's too late. Is there anyone on the force who would want Kuwana dead?
The moment we opened Sawa-sensei's case, the Kanagawa brass had a suspect file ready to go. They didn't point to your guy Soma. They named you Kitakata, alias Kuwana the Handyman. Hilarious, isn't it? We were the first to the scene, which means the bigwigs pulled a suspect file before it even happened.
Where'd the info about Kitakata come from?
Not sure. But the National Police Agency said it came from public security.
Public security?
Public security branch of police is practically Japan's spy ring. Keeps an eye on the foreign agents, gangs, and political groups. Don't hunt criminals, much as gather intel and analyze it to maintain
Why
the peace.
is public security involved in Sawa-sensei's case?
Seems they were interested in Arcade's criminal network in Kamurocho. You know how after the Tojo clan disbanded, the criminals started going underground? Well, public security would rather let Arcade roam free than bust them. Monitoring them quietly gives them intel on criminal movements. And even if you catch these guys, new ones will just take their place.
Wait, so they want RK on the streets?
What's going on with
Is
those
that why
boats?
they're brushing
I haven't even
Sawa-sensei's
noticed any
case under
boats.
the rug?
If Arcade goes down in one fell swoop over a murder case, they have to find a new
Oh yeah,
source
they're
of
rocking
intel.
out, huh?
Purely speaking from public security's point of view, that is.
Unbelievable.
Not that they'd ever say that out in, well, public. If
You know what they
believe
say?
public security, there's
The boats
no
are
way
rocking,
Arcade
don't come
killed
a knocking.
Sawa-sensei.
What the hell? Do they even have a reason?
Not that I'm aware of. On top of that, I asked Tokyo PD about Soma, but he doesn't have a record. No priors, no census registry, not even a damn profile pic.
Then, what does that mean?
The man known as Kazuki Soma doesn't exist, basically. Maybe that's how it's always been, or maybe it's a cover-up. They had plenty of files on Kuwana to send our way instead. They're the ones who made him the prime
Soma
suspect
isn't
in
real.
Sawa-sensei's case, too.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Kuwana's a scapegoat for Arcade. Public security wants to shut the curtains on Sawa-sensei's case with him. As far as they're concerned, with Kuwana silenced, it'll all balance out.
So that's what you meant by Kuwana having an accident.
Right. Better to flush your shit than keep a lid on it.
I imagine it's easy for public security to pin the blame on Kuwana for Sawa-sensei's murder. Then again, dead men don't talk. Get rid of Kuwana, there'll be enough to muddy the waters.
So who's running the show in public security? Do they have a name?
I wasn't told, unfortunately. Afraid I'm further down the food chain than you thought.
Says Kuwana won't even be prepared for higher-ups coming for him. Meanwhile, look at Judgment 1 when Guy having higher-ups sent after him turned into John Wick. The difference is Kuwana, yeah.
Yeah, Watanabe speaking.
Railroad really did turn into John Wick, though, at the end.
Right, got it. Call me if anything else comes up. Kuwana's been spotted. A witness reported seeing him in Jincho.
Seriously? He's back here?
Couldn't say for sure.
Where's he at?
Fukutokucho, in Koreatown, where the Komi Jewel hang out. The police are headed there now.
Komi Jewel?
Apparently it means spider web in Korean. You haven't seen it? It's made to look like it's abandoned.
And Kuwana's there?
You're not gonna say you got that from me, right?
Kuwana, Kuroiwa, both start with K, yeah.
You said Kuwana might have an accident, didn't you? I'm sure that's why you're telling me all this.
If you find him, let him know it's public security that's after him. And they mean business.
Oh, we're out to the Komi Jewel.
Yagamishi, it's me. I have an update for you. It seems Kuwana has been spotted in Ijincho.
Yeah,
Already knew that.
Right? I'm headed
That's
there
impressive that you knew that, too.
Ah, fastidious as ever. But the police have already started blocking off Komiju.
Already?
They're probably going to surround the area and gradually close in on Kuwana-san. What's your plan, Yagamishi?
Public security is probably behind that. And according to Nabe-san, once they capture Kuwana, he'll end up in an accident.
An accident?
Long story short, I need to find Kuwana before the cops do. Can you navigate me to him?
I most certainly can. For now, just keep heading toward Komiju. In the meantime, I'll be monitoring the surrounding area. Oh, and I'll dispatch Sugiurashi.
Appreciate that, Tsukumo.
I'm already there, though. Why are there Serio High students here?
This is Tsukumo. Yagamishi,
I guess because they made an entire ass high school, so they're gonna have
I
to
think I'm in front of Komicho.
NPCs be from that
Indeed
school.
you are. I can see you from the drone.
Then you'll notice the cops block the road. Any way I can get in there?
Not to worry.
Stealth
I've already
section
looked into an
time.
infiltration
Great.
Better be careful. Way to go. So, what should I do?
Can you see the white car that's parked in front of the barricade?
The garbage
Yeah,
truck?
I can.
There's a really small gap on the side of the car. You should be able to fit through it. It'll be a tight squeeze, I'm sure, but I have no doubt in your agility, Yagamishi.
Yeah, but what happens if I get spotted?
You can leave that part to me.
Nice, now's my chance. Literally everyone uniformly, simultaneously turning in one smooth motion. Do I gotta choke out the cops on my way through? Top shelf screw, that's what they call your mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone out there who I just horribly insulted.
Tsukumo, where should I go from here?
Komijul proper seems to be located behind those construction fences. There's one door in the fence, so that's your best bet.
Tsukumo, can I get a hand?
Just leave it to me.
Dumbest cops in the world.
I see now.
Made it without getting busted. This is Komijul. Koana should be in here somewhere.
Tsukumo, keep navigating for me. And let me know as soon as you find Koana. Huh? It's weird. Hello?
Great, technical difficulties now. Guess I'll just have to make my way on my own. This brings back many memories. Do you think we'll have to fight Kiryu at the top of this?
Kitakata Sensei! Show yourself! Come on, get your ass out here!
Relax with the yelling, will you? You're giving away our location.
How am I supposed to relax? This shit's intense!
Just like camping. Damn.
Sugiura?
The good thing that was Sugiura and not an
I
enemy.
was on my way.
Yeah, suppose he did.
Yagami-san, all these guys are RK.
Does that mean RK beat the police to Koana?
No.
Not exactly. I just saw some cops let RK guys through. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
No, I was just gonna
that was a
say.
mistake.
You already know
Some
they're working with
cops are
public
working with
security.
RK.
But why?
Someone in authority on the force is trying to get rid of Koana. So they want him to have an accident.
What? That's off the scale insane.
Insane or not, I need to get to Koana before RK or the cops do. You know where he is?
I don't. Come to think of it, why would Koana-san come to Komijul? Does he know someone here?
Good question. Let's just focus on reaching the top of this place for now. Aren't there people from Komijul here? It can't be all RK. Maybe we can ask them where Koana is.
Worth a shot? As long as we don't give ourselves away.
We just kill these guys? No. No.
That looks like a lot of RK muscle to me, Yagami-san.
Gihan just shows up.
But if
I
that
see
many
you
are
were
out
looking for the
searching,
Komijul.
silver lining is that they don't have a lead on Koana.
True. We'll just have to stay one step ahead of them then. I don't see anywhere else we can go. So let's go up those stairs.
Gotta climb up these stairs and we gotta fall onto the wire below us, kid. That's how this works.
Looks like this is the highest we can go.
Yagami-san, we've got RK coming in from below, too.
Let's find another route on this floor.
Oh no, they don't have that anymore. They don't have the power line we have to cross.
Hey.
Can't go any higher than this. Yes, you can. That way.
What the?
Yeah, I guess they did burn it. I should be able to jump over that side.
Yeah, we should be able to get up from here. Yeah. There we go.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Damn.
Sugiura is the
Wish I
parkour
was
king.
that nimble.
Taking the same route as Sugiura is gonna be tough. I'm just making my way up somehow. Motivator shirt, SSS. Smoking sexy style. The style be smoking sexy. Yagami, Rob, buddy, come on. Really? Okay. You're so dumb. A fucking beehive, really?
Good work, Yagami-san.
Thanks, man.
Yo, you guys are Komi Jewel, aren't you?
Huh?
Komichu? Us?
What's going on here, man? This place is empty. Lead the way, would you?
Yagami-san, they seem like RK.
I'd rather not have to bullshit them.
So, take them down?
Yeah.
Let's play by you.
Come on. Surely. Surely. No, that sucks. Whew. That guy would have gone off the building. There weren't invisible walls.
Yagami-san, looks like the top floor is up ahead. There's a room on this side too, though. Might be worth checking out.
Up this light. Come on, bro. save room. Interesting.
I wish we'd had some sign of Kawana-san, but maybe we'll still get lucky? Are you ready to go, Yagami-san?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's go.
Someone tells me there's a boss fight up ahead. Save point.
Man, where is this fucking guy?
Okay,
It's just taking forever.
There's more dungeon.
Yeah, it's not like anyone else is here. You think the cops got it wrong? Then what do? Keep looking? Is there a fucking point?
Seems like Kawana-san's giving them the slip. What's the plan now?
Let's find out what RK's gonna do when they catch Kawana. Are they planning to kill him themselves?
Sometimes my chair needs a stretch too, I guess.
Ask him?
Well, I only count 4 of them. So 2 each. Piece of cake.
I guess.
Okay, let's go. Hello, gentlemen. Got a couple questions for you.
Huh? Who the hell are you two? You with the Kome Jewel?
Wow, they don't even recognize you, Yagami-san?
Well, that's kind of sad.
What's going on here?
Wait, there's 4 more. 5 more.
Yagami-san? I don't think it's just 2 each anymore.
Yeah, it's 4 each now.
Hey, that's the detective from Kamurocho.
A detective?
Red flag thug.
Just get him! They're with Kitakata!
Fuck yeah. Let's get it started. Hope you're ready to die.
All of Gomichul went to McDonald's. Yeah, they're all at Smile Burger right now.
Great. More of them.
Let's go.
These guys got guns. I mean, guns aren't scary because mortal blows aren't a thing anymore.
Here we go.
Soda! Wait, he's got a knife. I can't block that. I keep trying to perfect guard. I can't perfect guard the fucking knife. I'm not allowed to block that. Oh, that was. I didn't realize that was a mortal blow. I don't know why I didn't think it would be. I don't know why I thought it wasn't. I could tell. I mean, it had the red. It was clear that it was, but my brain thought it was just him doing a normal aura. But they do, and then they do a mortal blow afterwards. They go into heat
I thought
mode.
there were more of you guys.
Let's not jinx it, man.
Think of the balls.
You guys came looking for Kawana, right? What were you gonna do to him?
Not enough nut kicking.
We were just told to catch him. Not sure what comes after that.
You sure the plan wasn't to kill him?
I said I don't know.
Who gave the order here? Soma?
It was Akusa-san. Probably on Soma-san's orders, though.
Hey,
So you do know.
Yagami-san?
You'd fold it instantly. Oh, that's the Komi Jewel.
Hey, how come
Looks
the
like they're
Jincho
back
has so
from
many creepy masks?
McDonald's.
I was just gonna ask you.
Kuwana's not here.
Huh?
That intel was fake. We were the ones who put it out.
You live here? Then you must be Komicho.
Normally, it's us hiring the handyman. But this time, it was Kuwana asking the favor.
Huh? To put out false information?
Lure them all in.
He said he wanted to see what kind of enemy he was dealing with, and how they'd respond to an eyewitness report. Seeing as how easy police info made its way to these thugs, I'd say he was wise to use caution. Were he any closer, he would have been ensnared by now.
So Kawana's nearby, watching everything unfold as we speak? He's really in Ijincho then?
We'll have to clear the room to discuss that.
Hey, why are you looking at me?
Sorry.
As you said, Kawana's returned to Ijincho. There are benefits to being here that only he can exploit.
Where's he hiding out?
Under the protection of Tesso from the Yokohama Ryomon. But you're cleared to see him. We already took care of that.
Kawana actually said he'd meet us?
Come on. There's a way through the cops don't know. You can get out to the city from there.
That'd be helpful, thanks.
Guess you're not so bad after all.
Bear in mind, you may not leave alive if you come back. You were never welcome here.
And never mind.
Oh, by the way, for those of you who remember Yakuza 8, there's a part late in Yakuza 8 where I think it was Zhao. He's like, look at these guys. He's like, oh, I use these guys for information a lot, or something like that. I remember. And the camera pans over. And when it pans over, it shows fucking, it's a brief cameo of fucking Sugiura and, Tsukumo. Where the camera pans over and they wave, and then that's the entire cameo.
So, where do we find Kuwana-san?
I'm sure the Ryomon will lead us to him. Just so happens I've got a brother there named Tesso.
Oh, what?
What?
Now let's get there before Kawana changes his mind. Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
ありがとうございます。
We're running through Hyake Alley. That puts us in the main street. We run through here, and we're in Restaurant Row. The Restaurant Row specifically here. But yeah, we're right here at the Restaurant Row.
So, you're Yagami Yanaki? Tesso-san told me to let you in.
Yagami Aniki?
Sugiura, you're around the corner.
Coming
Shut
inside?
up. I mean, Squad is back there, but we should prep. Let's go.
Sure, let me pass.
This way, please.
Sugiura, you're around the corner. I don't know why you're laughing at me like that. The reason I brought up that cameo is I think this is a little bit of a cameo here too.
Bro,
Remember
hey
correctly.
man, Welcome back, friends.
Tesso Aniki? Do I have to call you that?
Take a seat. And you too, buddy.
This'll be fun.
And which of your names should we be using for you now? Kawana? Or do you prefer Kitakata-sensei?
Kitakata's a name that's been all but murdered by society. In Ijincho, I'm just a merry old handyman Kawana-san.
If you ask the cops, you're the murder suspect, Kitakata. After killing Sawa-sensei, you fled the scene. At least, that's the story the police top brass are passing down through the ranks. Now, why would they say something like that about you?
Calm down, Yagami. How come you never relax?
So Kawana hired you guys from the start, and you pretended to not know each other in front of me? If that's the case, you really went all out for me.
Didn't I tell you? The Liumang accepts anonymous requests, too. Tesso didn't know I was the one who hired him. I suppose there's no point in hiding that now.
That's just how it is. Nothing to get mad over, bro.
You mad?
You really aren't hiding anything? Did you tell him all you've done?
He's a former high school teacher who's going around killing bullies. Can't be much more to hide than that. Need any more convincing?
Honestly, I'm at a loss. I worked my ass off to get where you are.
And I'm still trying to untangle the mess you've made of it. You've got my student helpers by the throats, so I'm really backed into a corner here.
You mean the graduates from Kurokawa Academy? Like Mamiya-san?
Very good, Sugiura-kun. So how about it? No reason for us to doubt each other's intentions, right? All the secrets are out in the open now.
Fine. Then I'm gonna light up.
You were just over at Komijou, weren't you? RK was looking for me there. The police even lent them a hand.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm even more confused. I give up. Who in the world could be after me? Who has influence over both RK and the police?
Care to venture a guess?
They'd be the uneducated guesses of a handyman. You got any bright ideas yourself, Master Detective?
I haven't confirmed it for sure yet, but I have a pretty good theory for you.
Oh? Who?
I just heard this one from Detective Watanabe. The ones looking for Kawana are... Public Security.
The Public Security Division. That's what a detective from Kanagawa PD said. According to them, you're the prime suspect in Sawa-sensei's murder. That's why Kanagawa PD was told to lay off RK. Any trace of RK in the footage near Sawa-sensei's place is gone. Likely Public Security's work. And with that kind of backing, it's understandable why RK is so confident.
Yo, hold up again. Why is Public Security after Kawana in the first place?
Why is Public Security after Kawana? Likely the wishes of a specific individual.
Public Security is probably working for Reiko Kusamoto, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health.
What?
Kawana, you had your students kidnap Shinya Kawai, right? 5 years ago in Kamurocho? Kawai bullied Reiko Kusamoto's son, Mitsuru-kun. That painted a target on his back for you. But before you took Kawai out, you approached Reiko Kusamoto with your revenge offer, didn't you? Ahara told us that. Before taking revenge on a bully, you'd approach the family about it first. Did you make the same offer to Reiko Kusamoto?
What if I did?
She's the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. She's pretty popular. She's even cleaning up her predecessor's mess. If it were to surface that she agreed to a revenge
that I
killing,
unveiled,
they'd have yet another massive scandal on their hands. And if you get to go down in cuffs instead of a body bag, that detail may just come out. Before that can happen, Reiko Kusamoto plans to
have me silenced and use Public Security to do it.
Exactly. Except Public Security can't just go after you, so they subcontracted RK to do the dirty work. That would explain why Public Security is trying to cover for RK.
I see. Well, the logic starts off soundly enough.
Something wrong with it?
Unfortunately, yes. Something does stick out.
And what's that?
I did, in fact, approach Kusumoto-san 5 years ago about taking revenge on Shinya Kawai. And just as you said, I used Mamiya-kun and the others to kidnap Kawai.
And?
From that point on, Kusumoto-san knew I was directing Mamiya-kun and the others. She'd seen their faces, knew their identities, everything. So, if Kusumoto-san wanted to go after me, Mamiya-kun and the others would be first on the list. But the fact is, public security hasn't laid a finger on them, even now. Which means, Kusumoto-san isn't the one giving them orders.
So Reiko Kusumoto was giving orders to public security. She'd have gone to Kiwano much quicker.
Sure. That makes some sense.
Hey, so sorry if this is off topic, but what was Kusumoto-san doing when Shinya Kawai was killed 5 years back?
She was standing right there with me. Afterwards, she took 3 days of PTO, and that was a first for her.
Why?
Shinya Kawai died at the hands of Kusumoto-san. She drove the knife into his
He's just
chest
telling us
personally.
this.
She took it slow, making sure he suffered the whole time. Just like Akihiro Ehara, she avenged her son with her own 2 hands.
He is straight up telling us
I admire
this.
her.
She killed Kawai herself?
Current Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health committed murder? If that's true, she's had to keep that hidden a long time.
Afterward, she told me she'd never wash the smell of his blood off her hands.
Damn, man.
I was the only one who knew that, by the way. The others have no idea. On that day, 5 years ago, I sent them straight home after they brought me Kawai. And I was the only one with Kusumoto-san when she killed him.
This sounds way too crazy to be real.
Even so, the fact is, Kusumoto-san hasn't betrayed me. Besides, I doubt the Vice Minister is powerful enough to order public security around.
Then who is giving them their orders?
Public
Well,
security
I'd
themselves.
say your theory's on the right track. I'm sure public security contracted RK. It lines up with what's happened so far. I imagine they're so persistent because they know I can be used against Kusumoto-san.
Yeah, she's the
Either
real
way,
target.
Whoever's pulling the strings is someone who'll benefit from your capture. So if it isn't Reiko Kusumoto, maybe it's one of her enemies?
An enemy?
Yeah, like someone within the Ministry of Health. Or maybe even some kind of political rival. Nothing would be more valuable to them than dirt on Kusumoto, right? They're probably trying to take her down. Or they could threaten and manipulate her as they see fit. Is that why public security has been taking action? If they wanted to take her down, they could have had the police investigate her fair and square.
Whereas behind arcane public security must be an enemy of Reiko Kusumoto. Seems that's a logical train of thought.
Kusumoto-san can walk away from the Ministry of Health anytime she wants. Plus, she has the public's support, especially with the younger crowds. All just more reasons for her to have enemies.
I read some article about how even the Prime Minister has a hard time with her. Like, she'll get up in his face every time he signs an order. Dumbass loses so many arguments, he practically works for her now.
So the Prime Minister's trying to find some dirt on Reiko Kusumoto?
He's just an example. Weren't you listening when we said Kusumoto-san has lots of enemies in her position?
Hey, don't be a dick.
So whoever's behind this may have been looking for a weakness in Kusumoto-san for a while. They must have got their start after realizing Ehara's case was really about getting revenge on a bully. That puts Ehara and Reiko Kusumoto in the same boat, being that their only sons were bullying victims. And if they discovered that Kawai also vanished 5 years ago.
Regardless, that wouldn't account for the rest of the incidents where a bully ended up dead. You'd know. You're the one going up and down the whole country killing them off, aren't you? Kawai makes number 7.
7? Damn, man.
It wouldn't take much to
How did we
connect
know
the
7?
dots. It'd lead straight to her. Reiko Kusumoto. Then they'd know that she was among the victims who got her revenge.
Yeah. And then, to Ehara's case. The link between him and Kusumoto is clear as day now if you know what you're looking for. That link is Sawa-sensei. took me a while, but I connected the two cases together myself. It was RK. She never should have even been on their radar. In fact, they traced your name from her. Sawa-sensei knew. She suspected you were involved with the Mikoshiba murder in one way or another, right? You don't care. You see your killing spree on these former bullies like you're doing the country a service. In your eyes, this is vengeance. Actually, no. You'd call it justice, wouldn't you? Except... Sawa-sensei wouldn't have died if it was.
That was never my intent. She shouldn't have died.
No. You don't get to just brush her off like that. Like an afterthought. You had to have known you'd go down for this eventually. And you're fine if all your old students like Yui Mamiya go down with you. By then, why would you look back at your trail of blood? Why would you clean up all your carnage? It's not your problem, right? You move forward with one purpose. Send as many bullies to hell as you can. Beyond that, you don't give a shit what happens. Sawa-sensei died in tears. You didn't see what I saw. The fear she must have felt was still frozen on her face. You, Ihara, Reiko Kusamoto, you're all murderers. And so far, all of you have gotten away with it. So why did Yoko Sawa end up having to pay the price? Tell me, will you even be able to look her in the eye when you die?
I doubt it. That's gonna follow me well into the hour.
Explain this game in 4 seconds. High school bullying is bad. Oh wait, that was 4 seconds, not 4 words. By the way, what's up, Boone?
Life. So what now then?
Also, old men punch each other.
March to the cops and turn myself in.
That's the entire series.
If you don't
Entire
do
franchise.
that, no one will know why she had to die.
That was
To
your
the end of her story.
testing,
Everyone
game
will keep on
testing
dancing
stream.
around her death, even though she was completely innocent.
We're also hella late in this game, by the way,
Afraid I
so
can't
these
do
is like
that.
huge
If I turn
spoilers.
myself in now, there's
Did
only
to
one
quit?
thing that happens. Public security takes me out. And worse. Reiko Kusumoto
Who got
will
mad
be
at you? Damn, that
compromised.
sucks.
And that, I will never allow to happen. Of all the people involved in this, she deserves to walk free. Her revenge was justified.
You think so?
All she did.
Discord streams are like,
The scum of the earth that pushed her only son into an attempted suicide.
there's significantly fewer people, so it's a lot like more intimate and gets way more paracoastal.
Hands. No one has any right to indict her for that. So don't go there. Nobody lays a finger on her.
Hey, skinny ginger kid. Looks like this is gonna turn into a little more than a chat.
Hey, let's back out of here. Give him some space. Oh, you were joking? You're still live?
So is your plan to kill me too?
All tabs. Oh, you are. Oh, you are.
Anyone who interferes with your justice, we all get added to your body count, don't we?
I'm a fool.
The punishment
I know
fits the
nothing.
crime. You're
Just
just
take the role of a
blind.
silly clown.
If you can't see that, then you can go to hell.
Chaos control!
Dumbass Lamau, thank you for the follow.
Here we go.
We want green. Oh, banger alert. Oh, what was that? Why'd he glow? Thank you for the follow, Solemnity.
Here we go.
Thank you for the follow. Well, thank you for the follows, everyone. Woo.
control!
Ooh. Oh, I accidentally backdashed, so I missed I got the juggle. So this game, for those who don't know it, it's by the same people who make the Yakuza games. It's a spin-off set in the same world, but it's a detective mystery series. There's only 2 games. Judgment is the first one, and Lost Judgment is this one. Unlike the Yakuza main series, it didn't go turn-based, so it's still an action brawler. And this particular incarnation is probably peak action brawler of the entire franchise. It's a lot of fun. We're currently chapter 10 of 13, so we're deep in the story.
How long has this been going now?
I lost track.
Just watching 2 old men beat each other up.
They're gonna tire out eventually. Beating the shit out of each other is the way some people communicate.
Yeah, that's the theme of Yakuza as a franchise. Dude, I can't believe Boone came in here and then fooled me like that. He sympathy farmed me.
Now let's stop him.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Haven't you had enough yet?
What? You think it's time to give it a rest?
Hell no. Stay out of our way.
You're not looking so hot.
You got lucky I stopped when I did, you know. I had a move lined up with your name on it.
You're the one who got lucky as far as I'm concerned. I was about to kick your ass.
Me when I lose at a fighting game.
What a fucking mess, guys.
Ah, there he is. For his little cameo. With the stream chat Jonkler plot while playing the Jonkler plot game. Yeah.
Hey, both of you, eat. Your food's getting cold. One of our higher-ups cooked us
God,
some
I wish Zhao would cook me some
Look
food.
good if there's any left.
Not a problem. This stuff's great.
Delicious. Man, this is the good stuff.
So that means Reiko Kusamoto could be being targeted.
That's how Zhao knows Sugiura, I guess.
Right. It's possible part of the police wants to catch me as leverage against Kusamoto-san on public security orders. But that's only if public security really is behind this. You're the one who said you got that info from a cop.
Well, someone up top's been putting pressure on the investigation. That much is clear. But no matter how you slice it, the fact that you're enemy number 1 while RK roams free is absurd. Unfortunately, all I got out of that cop was that public security itself is who we're up against.
Public security is Japan's top intelligence agency. If they're after you, there's no escape.
Agreed.
Then I guess now's a good time to make a suggestion.
Huh?
Tell me, who benefits the most from you two fighting? Huh? That'd be public security. The more you drag each other down, the easier they'll be able to get the jump on you. By the time you notice, it's too late. They've got you. That's exactly what they'd want, right? But what if you two work together? You watch each other's backs and act before RK and public security do.
I don't like him.
You might even be able to find out who's pulling the strings.
I want to put him in jail.
Huh. Yeah. For 2 enemies to join forces, there needs to be an even greater threat to fight.
Sure. I'm on board with that.
Fine, but this is only temporary. Once we finish with public security, I'm gonna make sure you answer for what you've done.
Okay. Then where do we start? Should we just storm public security at this point?
No. First, we need to confirm public
If this
security
was a
is really
Yakuza
the enemy
game,
we're after.
yeah, we would just storm their HQ.
We'll make our move after that.
We have the element of surprise. They have no idea we're working together.
Then we'll use it to our advantage and outsmart them.
Aw, look at the boys playing nice.
If public security's trying to find some leverage against Kusumoto-san, they'll likely be listening in on her. They're the experts in wiretapping and espionage, after all. We just need a quick confirmation.
How?
We'll just give her a call.
Right here?
Kusumoto-san,
That way,
it's
her
me,
enemy will
Kirikawa.
trace the call and pinpoint our location.
I'm here at the
And public
McDonald's in
security
the
is the
corner
only
of
one in
4th
Japan
and
who
5th.
can pull that off, so we'll know right away if it's them.
Good thinking.
Yeah. Wait, hold up. You saying if you call up Reiko Kusumoto, then the bad guys will start pouring in? Can we maybe not do that here?
Actually, that might just work in our favor.
Huh? Bro, why are you talking crazy?
Start a war between Arcane and Liu Mong.
Yagami-san, you sure about getting on bro terms without Kaito-san? Wouldn't that bum him out?
Whoa. This is amazing. What is this?
Good shit, huh? You've got good taste, bro. I knew you of all people would notice the difference.
Kuwana, when was the last time you spoke to Reiko Kusumoto?
5 years ago.
Yakuza 9 villain gonna open the doors to the top floor Millennium Tower, only see Kiryu already sitting there in a wheelchair, wondering what took so long.
On the night she killed Kawai. We arranged it, so we'd never contact each other after that.
So you have her number then?
If it hasn't changed.
What is it then? I have an idea.
What?
We're gonna set a trap to find out if we really are up against public security. If they trace the call.
Bad guys are always in the Millennium Tower, so what if we
it's
just be in the Millennium
That's why
Tower
we're
instead?
gonna call Reiko Kusumoto using a location that doesn't exist at all.
How's that work?
We'll use 2 phones that can't be traced back to us, and we'll relay your voice. Obviously, you won't be wherever we do this from. Best to do this someplace with no one around. Once we see who they send in, mission accomplished.
Wait, what's happening?
Don't worry, I got it. You'll catch up, Sugiura-kun.
First, we need to know our enemy. I'll have Tsukumo prep us some burner phones.
Which means a truce for the time being?
Only while you're here. Gotta keep things civil for my brother.
Man, Zhao-san's cooking makes even the suckiest situations nuts.
God, I want to eat Zhao's cooking so bad. I would die if he cooked me a meal.
Hey, so Tsukumo
I would die if
Kun's
he
already
made
got
me
the
like a
phones ready.
sandwich.
They're burners that can't be traced back to us.
2 of them, right?
Just like you asked for.
Here's
Nicely done,
Zhao's
Yokohama 99. You work quick.
specialty toast. Time to go see Tsukumo. Right around the corner. Let's start racing to pick up or grab a taxi there. My SP looking like pretty good. Get EX extension, maximize that. Quick step, guard reversal. Ooh, you don't have to perfect guard for that, I see. Oh, I could have gotten that ages ago. I'm so stupid. All it is just the champions. EX Street Rush would be nice. Secret of the Tiger I should have gotten too. Immunity to knockdown is very nice. A low health. I have not been getting the generics. I keep forgetting about this. I don't even have the wake up attack, the wake up EX. have been avoiding this. Try to cook a joke for that Zhao's cooking sucky situation, but landing didn't hit my head. That's how it be sometimes. That's a low health, low health, low health. You'll be using Dyson Cube, yeah. Definitely Waking Wrath and Bind Reversal. Oh, you really did just go for me, huh? You could have stopped at any point. That driver wanted me dead. That was an active and intentional hit. That was an assassination attempt. That's the pharmacy. Get these frankfurters to heal. Restock. I gotta go find more sandwich shops. One second. That was me resting my hand on my desk and it creaking. Just that. One second. I just gotta quickly send these messages. Sorry about that.
Ah, just the two I've been waiting for. Excellent work, by the way.
Hey, got those burner phones ready?
Of course I do. Who do you think I am?
I still don't fully get what's going on. Yagami-san, what are we gonna do with these?
Okay, I'll break it down. First, we call Kawana on one phone. Let's say this one here. Then we use this other phone to call Reiko
It was obvious,
Kusumoto,
Sugiura.
using them that way. The phones won't be connected to each other, but their voices will be relayed so they can talk normally.
Oh, okay. And then?
If public security
Phones are
finds out Reiko
69ing.
Kusumoto's talking to Kawana, they'll trace the call without actually finding him. Then we can see exactly who they send without risk of being seen ourselves.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm getting it.
Surely you don't intend to do that here, do you? That would put a beacon on
No.
us for Kawana-san's enemies.
I'm not
Yeah,
stupid.
we'll do it somewhere remote. We need a place where nobody would raise an eyebrow at an army of public security boys. And it's gotta have a good vantage point.
There's a building under construction not far from here. It's late, so no one should be around that may get involved unintentionally.
Where is it?
It's right near Seirio High. There's a crane by the river, too. You'll know when you see it.
Okay, you two stay put. I should be able to handle this alone.
You sure about that?
Let me at least put out a drone, Yagamishi, even if it isn't much. I'll use it to capture the faces of Kawana-san's pursuers.
That'd be good.
Damn it. No. Okay. This is a surprisingly long chapter, but the next chapter is very short. And the last two are decent. Taxi. Oh, we're here. We might as well eat at Cafe Brave, because it's not like I've been here before. Get a little bit of SP for clearing out that menu. Also, re-up my SP buff, I guess. Wow, I should not have come here. I want all of this.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
I want delicious sandwiches, delicious pastries. Damn, right as I move to mute my mic and clear my throat,
This must be the construction
my
site Tsukumo was
chair
talking
creaks
about.
and I see it pick up. It was a second too slow.
This is Tsukumo. Yagamishi, I've confirmed your position.
Yeah. I think I can spot whoever comes close from here. I'm gonna call Kawana on the burner now.
Understood. It's Kawana.
You ready? I'm about to call Reiko Kusamoto. Once you're connected, you take it from there.
It's been 5 years since I last spoke to her.
Yeah. Can't imagine this won't be awkward.
I know. Okay, do it.
Hi, Reiko Kusamoto. Remember how we killed your son's bully? Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health, Reiko Kusamoto.
Yes, hello?
This is Kitakata from Kurakawa Academy.
What?
You'll have to forgive me for this, but the position I'm in required me to reach out to you. I would never have done this otherwise. I should also note, there's a high probability this phone call is being tapped.
I see. Very well, then.
It's been 13 years, Kusumoto-san.
So it has.
Kitakata-sensei. I've read about your accomplishments. To think you'd become a vice minister.
Damn,
You
attached
never really
to the
know how
drone.
things are going to work out. But that's not true at all, Kusumoto-san. You were always destined to move up in the world. I've got to be honest with you. A woman as virtuous and as capable as you deserves the world and then some.
You flirting with her?
I'm afraid he's still asleep. Nothing's changed.
I see. I wish I had the words.
What is it you wanted?
If you've been watching the news, you probably already heard. I've become a prime suspect for a crime. They think I murdered Yokosawa in her apartment.
I've heard.
Obviously, it wasn't me who killed her, of course. Do you happen to remember Sawa-kun by any chance?
The girl from your class. She was the only one of those students who ever came to visit Mitsuru. But even then, that's been at least 10 years now. I got a letter from her once. She wanted to tell me she'd become a teacher. But I never did reply. And that was the last I'd heard from her.
I see.
So back to my question. What do you want?
I hope you weren't planning to ask me for a favor. I'm afraid the answer would be no.
No, it's not that. It's just... I wanted to let you know that at some point, someone may come to you to ask a few questions about me. I thought I should give you a heads up. I'll make every effort to ensure they won't cause any trouble for you, Kusumoto-san. I'm sorry about this. I'll try to handle it from my side.
So in your opinion then, do you believe anything related to you could cause me any trouble?
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be just fine.
We're almost to the signal. Kill the headlights.
2 cars inbound.
That's suspicious.
Looks like we were right on the money. This proves Reiko Kusumoto's phone is compromised. And if there's one organization capable of tracing a call and moving on it, it's gotta be public security on the hunt for Kawana.
Public security is really coming straight to you by car?
No. There's no way they could mobilize their people that quickly. My guess, it's gotta be the prefectural police that they've got in their pocket. Or it's just RK.
I will say it's been great to hear your voice again. But this should be the last time you ever hear from me. I'll try my best.
I understand. Goodbye.
Hey, look. It's a drone. It has a phone attached to it. Shoot it! Shoot it down!
You sure?
Just take it down! Hurry it up!
Embarrassing.
What the fuck are you aiming at?
I can't hit it. It's too small. Shit!
You're just shooting at a building.
How the hell are we supposed to chase down a drone? And where the fuck is this Kawana
Those
guy?
bullets are hitting something.
Who knows, man? They called us in to catch this shithead, but how the hell are we supposed to do that? It's fucked up. Do we look like Spec Ops?
Yeah, right. But at least you gotta shoot that thing.
This is my second time, actually. I took a few shots at some kids in a park. I aimed at the
Scumbag.
ground and sent those little shits running for their lives.
We're done here. Pack it in.
That's 6 punks and only 1 gun between you by my count.
Who the fuck are you?
How did they not notice me?
You guys in charge. I'm sure Kawana would have had this whole thing solved a long time ago. Well, then again, I suppose I do have to give you credit for how fast you made it here.
That was my gun, asshole!
Who's the one giving the orders? You may as well just level with me. You guys are RK's bottom rung, right?
It sounds like you
It's
must know
not true.
Kawana.
I'm the second
Well,
bottom
guess we're
rung.
not gonna be leaving here empty-handed after all. Come on! We're taking this guy in, boys! Fuck him up!
They forgot, or they lack the critical information. They don't know that I'm him.
Let's.
No! That's not what I wanted. And all that's left with you.
Here we go.
Oh, I'm an EX boost. I didn't even realize I was still there. Oh. I gotta get my meter back.
That all you... That all you got? Come on, bring it. That all you got?
Oh, this just holding block gives me a bunch of meter. I'm not gonna complain. That was weird, but don't be so stiff. Oh right, that's guard break, right? Yeah. It was it was a little bit janky.
Who sent you here?
The order came from the head honchos in RK.
You mean Soma?
Not that high up. It was one of the bosses. There's a bunch of them.
What did they tell you to do once you found Kuwana?
They just said to catch him. Well, they also made it very clear not to kill him. Like we'd pull the trigger. We never even heard what our cut was.
Just another useless grunt.
Squeal. For free.
Tell me, gentlemen, how would you feel if you found out you were just pawns in public security's game?
We're playing what game now?
I suggest you quit RK while you can. Go tell your buddies, get them out too. Otherwise, they'll keep you in the dark, use you and toss you aside. And then, you'll end up in a ditch there's no crawling out of.
What game are we playing?
Yes?
Pardon me. You would be Reiko Kusamoto, correct?
Sir.
Am I?
It's a little late for this. And how'd you get in here in the first place? I've expressly forbid having visitors.
The voice actor, I mean.
I'm a coordinator with the National Police Bureau, but I'm sure you're familiar with my Division of Public Security. Bondo is my name, ma'am.
Are you now? Well, I'm afraid coordinator is rather vague.
I have a more public-facing title as well, of course. But I'm trying to be discreet here, so let's not get bogged down with minor details. It's in our best interests. I'm afraid that won't help. I've already seen to that.
What is this?
There's a question I need answered with some urgency, Kusamoto-san. It concerns the disappearance of a certain individual.
Huh.
About 5 years ago, a man vanished off the streets of Kamurocho. I'm sure you'll recognize him. A former classmate of Mitsuru-kun here, Shinya Kawai. I believe there are things you might know. I can say that with some level of certainty as a matter of fact.
Well, I guess we know who the main antagonist is. Alright, I gotta go pee and get water, so give me 3 minutes. Previously on Lost Judgment.
A shadow
Also,
looms
I'm back
over
just
Yagami
under
and
3
Kauai.
minutes.
Japan's National Intelligence Agency, Public Security, fixes its gaze on Reiko Kuzumoto of the Ministry of Health. 5 years ago, Kuwana prompted her to take revenge on Shinya Kauai for pushing her son to the brink. Secrets can only lie dormant so long, and upon their waking, chaos ensues.
Chapter 11. Undercover. Who's going undercover? A few days later, in Kamurocho.
Done it again, Tsukumo. Can't believe you found it.
Yeah. That's
I
Kamurocho.
figured Mitsuru Kusumoto would be in one
That
of the
wasn't
better
crazy.
hospitals around the health ministry. That narrowed it down to just a few locations. Then I pinpointed the exact one through sheer determination.
And that led you to Toto University Hospital.
Of course,
So
it's
Mitsuru's
Toto
still lying
University
in a coma
Hospital.
there?
Yep.
That's the
Reiko
hospital from
Kusumoto has
Yakuza
been visiting
3.
her son every night for the past 13 years, even after she became vice minister. If you gentlemen want to meet her in person, that would be your best chance.
But Yagami, you seriously think you can convince Reiko Kusumoto to turn herself in?
Well, gonna try at least.
She's at the top of the food chain. If it comes out that she committed murder, the whole country's gonna lose it.
If they hadn't tried to hide it, nobody else would have needed to pay for it. Like Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. You're right.
And if she confesses to killing Kauai, public security will run out of reasons to keep defending RK.
Nah, it's not the first time
So
a
in
vice
theory,
minister
that
of
should
health
free
has
up the
killed
police
someone.
to pursue Soma about Sawa-sensei.
Totally agree with you there.
But Kawana-san's against that, right? Didn't he say he wouldn't let her turn herself in?
Yeah. That's why he's not in the loop on
The
this.
English voice actors, Pokemon
So, who's
Misty
gonna
and
show
Jesse,
up?
passed away.
You
That's
do know she's
a shame.
probably surrounded by public security at all times, don't you?
Just means we
Sad.
gotta be prepared for that. Like the professional detectives we are.
Prepared?
They
How?
say shame as if it was like, oops, I did a mistake.
Just leave it to us.
A tragedy.
Yagami-san, I gotta go get ready. Let's meet at Toto University Hospital.
Got it.
See ya.
So what do you need from me in this, Yagami?
You got any old acquaintances in RK? Think you can find out where Soma and Akutsu are?
You forget who you're talking to? Why wouldn't I be able to cover that? I knew a few ex-Tojo guys who go in and out of RK on the regular.
Thanks. But watch your back. If they find out you're spying on them, they won't like it.
I'll be ready, like the professional ex-Yakuza I am. See ya.
He's so
Rough
threatening.
around the edges, but in the end, he comes through.
Yeah. Turns out he's got extra time on his hands.
Why don't you hire him at your office, Yagami-shi?
I'll talk about that with Kaito-san once he recovers. Anyway, sorry Tsukumo, but we have to take Sugiura from you again.
Why start apologizing now? It's all good. We'll talk again soon.
She to Toto University Hospital, convince Reiko to turn herself in. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Yeah, that's sad. Always a tragedy when someone dies. Fuck. Not always, but seeming that person. I mean, it's always for someone. Always a tragedy for someone. But Sorry, I'm just not personally invested in it, and then when that happens, I don't know what to say. Oh. Sugiura as a taxi driver.
What are you? Don't worry. I'll give it back to you after this. I'm sure it's bugged, and we wouldn't want anyone listening in now, would we?
Looks very silly in that outfit. But I
Took
like
a
how
few
he
laps
finally
around the
gets to
block
be the one
and
in the
dropped you back off
disguise.
at the hospital. Sorry, but we just need a bit of your time.
Very well. Who are you people?
We're just local detectives, but Kitakata-sensei is an acquaintance of ours. We know about Mitsuru-kun, and we know that 5 years ago, a man named Shinya Kawai mysteriously disappeared and died.
I have no idea what you're saying.
But you do. I know how this must come across right now, so I assure you, we aren't the ones posing a threat.
Fine. What is
We
it
don't
you
know
want,
that
then?
public security already got to her
All I
last
want is the
night.
truth. In your own words.
Well, a few nights ago.
About Shinya Kawai, and how you carried out his murder.
You're mistaken. I didn't do it.
The other day you received a call from Kitakata-sensei, didn't you? He goes by the name Koano now, and works as a handyman in Ijincho. He made that call because we needed to confirm something.
Oh, come on. Annoying.
Confirm what?
Whether or not you were being watched by public security.
Public security, you say?
She's surprised at all? Maybe she already had a hunch.
As it turns out, you are. Your cell phone is bugged. It can even use GPS to trace who's on the other end of the line. That kind of trace is only possible with cooperation from the cellular providers. Unless you're public security, who could pull something like that off in secret. They want to hit you where you're vulnerable. And that's what you are now after Koana. Do you understand, Kusumoto-san? You must really be something special. You were never in this job for yourself. It fell into your lap as your predecessors fell like dominoes. That's why.
By the way, I'm the one responsible for that.
You're free of constraints. And Mitsuru-kun's tragedy even gained you public sympathy on top of it. Combine all that with a capable bureaucrat like you, there's no telling what you could accomplish. You're cleaning up house, tackling the revolving door problems. Things you know are the right moves, but with no regard for the consequences. I understand even the cabinet gauges your opinion, since you have so much public support. But I think that's also made you some enemies. Most likely whoever's holding public security's leash.
I have more than a few enemies. I'm well aware of that. And I have no doubt public security would comply with them. To be quite frank, public security only exists to maintain the status quo. The establishment is made up of various powers that control politics and finance. But naturally, each branch has its own agendas, goals, ideas of justice, which leads to all sorts of issues and hindrances, which you call constraints. The more individuals who make up society, the more unavoidable that is.
Are you implying it's public security's job to loosen those constraints?
There's more to it than that. The world we live in requires all kinds of value systems to coexist, even in chaos. But if you loosen the constraints too far, the fall of the state is inevitable. In that regard, public security's role is to stabilize and maintain the state, even while bound by constraints. In other words, the constraints of these powers are precisely what are protected by public security. So the fact that I am not caught up in all that does, indeed, make me something of a pesky foreign object.
A pesky foreign object. I see. So to these establishment people, you're something to be excised.
Hmm? I guess there's bullying among adults in high places too.
Yeah. Now we know why they were looking for any kind of weakness in you. And that's when they turned the spotlight on Shinya Kawai's disappearance. An event that was triggered by Akihiro Ihara's case. You know the one, I presume.
Yes.
An active duty policeman exacted revenge on the bully who drove his son to suicide. Your enemies must have heard that and thought to themselves, what would Reiko Kusamoto have done to her son's bully? I'm guessing that's what prompted public security to make their move. As the details of Ihara's case came to light, a group of thugs calling themselves RK started looking for Shinya Kawai. All to find out that he was kidnapped 5 years ago, probably killed.
I never did anything out of revenge.
Naturally, she wasn't going to divulge any secrets. Having just met me, don't have enough evidence to make her talk.
Even after finding out Kawai disappeared, public security still had to verify it. But if they found out you were involved, that'd be a win for them. They'd finally know Reiko Kusamoto's weakness.
How long are you going to keep talking?
As public security figured out, the bullying cases involving Toshiro Ihara and your son share a common link. That link being Sawa-sensei. She was Mitsuru-kun's classmate and Toshiro Ihara's teacher. Not only that, she was also linked to Ihara's murder victim, Mikoshiba. She was his master teacher. So, not long after the murder, RK came to Ijincho and broke into her home. That must have been when they got Kawana's name out of her. I think Sawa-sensei suspected that Kawana was involved in Mikoshiba's murder. Then Soma steps in, with his professional interrogation skills, to beat and scare her into spilling everything. Kusamoto-san, you knew she was killed, right? Kawana should have told you over the phone.
Wait, are you not one of his colleagues? He said he wouldn't cause me any trouble, and that he would never call me again.
Kawana and I are competitors on a temporary ceasefire. We're not colleagues.
Been flustered since I mentioned Sawa-sensei's name. It's my chance to ask questions I can't ask anyone else. Public security contacted you.
Has anybody from public security contacted you?
Yes.
Have you been approached by any strangers?
Yes.
I have my...
Oh, come on. You're connected. Stop losing signal briefly because...
suspicions.
I don't know.
What are their names? I imagine what they wanted was to exploit your weakness to control you. Because if all they wanted was to eliminate you, some kind of accident would be easily arranged.
Yes. I suppose you're right.
Do you have any idea what these people are after? And do you mind sharing?
What they want is control of the pension fund, which is under the Health Ministry's jurisdiction.
Pension fund?
An independent agency within the ministry manages the National Pension Fund. It's taxpayer funded, and it's worth 160 trillion yen.
What?
And certain groups want to take bigger risks with that money in order to generate more profit. In other words, they want the Health Ministry to use taxpayer money to gamble. They believe that's the only way to rebuild Japan's faltering economy and secure the future of this country.
I mean, would it work?
Of course. If the gamble actually pays off. But if we lost the gamble, then we wouldn't be able to guarantee anything for the citizens of this country in their golden years. That's why the Health Ministry manages those funds conservatively, even if it means the returns are lower.
Okay. I'm starting to understand now.
You do? Don't leave me in the dust, Yagami-san.
To be able to gamble all this taxpayer money to save the economy, they need a change of management. And here's Kusamoto-san, head of the office. And she's beyond the control of even the ministers. Her position has the power to take action, to override the way the pension fund is managed. But not only does Kusamoto-san have the power, she has the support of the people. If a new vice minister were to try it, they'd be stopped cold by the constraints.
So that's why they wanted to find her weakness and exploit it?
Exactly. And if the 160 trillion yen gamble were to fail, they could blame the whole thing on Kusamoto-san anyway.
Okay. But wow, 160 trillion.
I'm guessing they've already contacted you about it?
That's an assumption.
I kind of said I assumed.
How's your son doing now?
He could wake up any minute now. Of course, that's been true for the last 13 years.
I see.
We transferred him to Toto University Hospital just this year, hoping they could spur his recovery. But it turns out they don't do anything much different from the previous hospital. All I can do is wait.
I have to ask you about Shinya Kawai. You killed him 5 years ago. With your own hands, didn't you? I understand what your feelings must be towards Kawai, but was that really the only answer?
If you've spoken to Kitakata-sensei, then you must know about the video of how Mitsuru was treated.
I do.
Aside from Kawai, the other students pretended like nothing happened. They took no responsibility. They put on their sad faces, and they came to visit Mitsuru at the hospital. But looking back on it now, I don't think they really wanted Mitsuru to wake up. In fact, that's what they were checking on. And what did I do? I bowed my head and thanked them. It was only later that Kitakata-sensei showed me the video. That's when I knew that those kids going unpunished was wrong.
And your solution was to pull them into the quagmire? Make them accomplices in murdering Kawai?
If you already know so much, what more do you need to ask?
I get it now.
Nothing, apparently.
Let me reiterate. We are not your enemy.
Then please, let me go.
Anything you want me to tell Kawana?
I do. He needs to run. Far away. Public security has their sights on him. His capture is not a question of if, but when. He's in danger if he remains in the country. And once public security has him, they will extract everything he knows.
You mean he'd be tortured?
Yes. Somewhere well beyond the public eye. No one can withstand what they do. He'd tell them
They put him in the information juicer.
And as for me...
They would expose your vulnerability, making you their pawn.
Most likely. They'd gamble away the taxpayers' money, and I'd never purge the corruption in the health ministry.
I get that. But what does it matter?
What?
Because in my opinion, you need to turn yourself in, Kusamoto-san.
You need to
want
turn
me to
yourself
admit to
in
man's-
now.
You think I killed a real man? I say he was less than one. Shinya Kawai. He was little more than a subhuman brute. And you saw it. You saw what that brute did to my son. I hated Kitakata-sensei. He was an incompetent teacher. An idiot who turned a blind eye to Mitsuru being tortured. But that changed when he suddenly showed up 8 years later. And then he showed me that video. He said, every bully in that video, they deserved to be punished. That it was the only way to get closure.
You took him up on it? But you of all people should have known better.
True. You're right about that. I struggled with it quite a bit. It's an unconscionable act, no matter how deep your animosity runs. But Kitakata-sensei's words hung on. I couldn't get them out of my head. I saw for myself. I went to Kamurocho, where I'd heard Kawai was working, at a girls' bar. So you know, after Mitsuru jumped that day, Kawai came to me in tears to apologize. I hadn't seen him in all that time. If he'd frozen in place when he saw me, if he'd been the slightest bit apologetic, I might have been able to stay my hand.
I take it he didn't do any of that.
Right. He didn't even recognize my face. And that's hardly the worst part of it, actually. When he saw me, he took me for some bawdy cougar on the prowl for young men. If you've got the cash, I'll show you a good time, he said. All those tears he'd shed years earlier were a farce. But I knew that. Deep down, I'd already known that. That was it. That was the moment I lost all doubt about killing him. And as for those other kids who bullied Mitsuru, they should thank me they didn't share his fate. But that's why I don't feel like I have any sins to atone for. Every night I pray he will wake up. What more can you ask me to endure?
A life sentence in jail.
But you think you can repeat all that? This time say it to her.
Isn't that Sawa-san?
You and Kawana can congratulate yourselves. You got vengeance on a monster. But what you're choosing not to see is that your actions had consequences for her. It's vicious. I've seen this before. Justice for one at the cost of another. Someone innocent always pays the price. I won't just sit here and watch as history tries to repeat itself.
You should know what happened to the last time I investigated a Vice Minister of Health.
If you have a change of heart, just give me a call before you turn yourself in. That's all I had to say. We're back.
Zaki Ichicho,
Right here,
Yokohama.
okay, Yagami-san?
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to Kawana. Need to tell him I met with Reiko Kusamoto.
He's gonna be pissed, you know? He's gonna try to rip you a new one.
That's true.
Yeah, well,
So
rip
you
him a
might
new
want
one.
to sit this one out.
You sure? 'Cause I'll totally take you up on that.
Oh, literally just okay. I'm gonna immediately slap into every wall until we get to the right spot.
Well, look who we have here. Haven't seen your mug in a while.
It's only been 2 or 3 days. Where's Kawana?
How should I put this? Would you freak out if he was right behind you?
You know, this kind of shit is why you get on my nerves.
Couldn't we have
It's
done
right
this by
behind
phone?
me, isn't it?
I just came from seeing Reiko Kusamoto. I told her to turn herself in for murdering Kawai 5 years ago.
You what?
What did she have to say about that?
That she had no sins to atone for.
Of course not. Look, what do you think you're doing? Her part in this is done. Don't drag her back into it.
This isn't yours to finish. You would just let Sawa-sensei stay collateral damage. How do you think her folks feel? They probably think you killed their daughter, and they don't know why, or if justice will be served. Do they have to suffer like that? All without even knowing the truth? Would Sawa-sensei want that? You talk about justice, but she keeps getting left out. You aren't even trying when it comes to her.
Say whatever you want, but if you cause Kusumoto-san any more pain, I will never forgive you.
That's exactly why I didn't tell you I was going to meet her.
Listen, Yagami. She hides it well, but she's never gotten over the fact Mitsuru tried to jump to his death. And she's not sure how to feel about killing Kawai. Unlike me.
If she was anything like you, I would have pushed her harder to confess.
There's no evidence that she killed Kawai. He simply vanished from Kamurocho, and the police didn't even know about it. Besides, there's no case without a corpse. Point being, she'll never be charged.
Right. Kawai's body, Kuwana has Kawai's body hidden somewhere. Remember what Yui Mamiya said so.
Even if she did turn herself in, the police wouldn't know what to do with her.
Don't think for a second that you're getting a pass here. You've killed, what, 7 people now? Do you even hesitate anymore?
You got proof? Running around making baseless accusations. You sure you were a real fucking lawyer?
My colleagues in Kamurocho are getting ready to appeal Ahara's case. Your actions are going to be put under a microscope.
I wouldn't even call that bad news. I want the world to know their bullies are getting what they're due. And by then, I'll probably be going by a different name, maybe even a different look.
You're just gonna keep doing this? Did Sawa-sensei sacrifice mean nothing to you?
Is that the only thing keeping you around? Truth be told, I don't think exposing everything is even in Sawa's best interest.
What?
Huh?
Sawa-kun herself felt guilty. I just sent you the proof.
What is this? An audio file?
After Ahara-san lost in court, she called me. I recorded our conversation.
Toshiro-kun came running to the roof. His face was pretty swollen. And a few minutes later, a student named Mikoshiba came up looking for him. I'll never forget the fear I saw in Toshiro-kun's face. He told me about
she
everything.
told us.
The teasing, the beatings, the theft. How nobody was on his side. And yet, I had to deny all this in front of an entire courtroom. They said there was no hope, that I was the only witness with no proof whatsoever. Believe me, I never wanted to do that.
Sawa-kun's testimony in court was false, and she was racked with guilt over it.
And your first thought was to record it? When she was at her most vulnerable?
Yes. And then I played it for Ahara-san. He had the right to know the real reason his son killed himself.
All you did was light the fires of vengeance in Ahara's heart because you didn't want to be alone.
You know, I've heard that bullying is almost instinctive. That's why people who do it never stop. I mean, think about it. Would you stop cleaning a toilet just because it'll get filthy again? Somebody's always got to get his hands dirty.
And that somebody's gonna be you?
If it means I can prevent another Mitsuru Kusumoto...
You're preventing
yes,
shit!
I will keep killing. These bastards who prey on the defenseless must be punished for all...
You wait till they become adults after they've already pushed someone to suicide, and then kill them.
I don't want to do any of this.
You haven't helped a single person.
I understand.
You've just
what
added
you're saying,
more death.
But you're taking it too far. Just stop, Kawana.
If you really want to stop me,
How many
you're gonna
breads
to
have
kill
you eaten, Yagami?
and call it justice.
I thought you guys were gonna start another fight. It was a bitch cleaning up the mess last time.
Next time I go up against him, it won't be just a few scratches.
Well, when that time comes, take it anywhere but here.
I think I'll call it a day. Let me check side quests real quick. Okay, so there are no side quests until the last quest in the finale. So it's literally just main story for the next 2 chapters.
Look who it is. Who's a good boy?
Twinkle heart ring. Oh wait, no, that's probably a gift for girlfriends, not an actual equipment piece for me. Would it not be miscellany? Oh, it is. We have 2 Royal Joker cards. Still that 9 gate style, haven't you?
Hello?
It's Shirosaki. Are you in Yokohama again, Yagami-san?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this about Ahara's trial?
Yes, regarding the appeal. The prosecution says they want to consult with us. Off the record.
Off the record? What do you mean?
They want to discuss with the judge beforehand whether or not Ahara's murder footage is admissible evidence. The video has gone viral, of course, and nobody's really sure how to handle it.
Is the prosecution really gonna hold the line on it being a deep fake?
That's quite possible. Which is why we're meeting today in the courthouse conference room. I'm sorry for the short notice, but could you join us?
Yes.
Of course. I'll be there.
Thank you very much. No need to rush. There's still plenty of time. Just be sure you're there, please.
I should take a taxi to the courthouse. We're gonna do 2 quick things. We're gonna see if Onodara has anything new. What was that? I only didn't kick me off my skateboard, but it like reloaded the UI. Book of the Slithering Snake, Volume 3. Okay, so there's something new. Secret Technique Defang. Disarms an enemy attacking from the front. Does not work on powerful enemies. Hold R1 to enter fighting stance while an EX boost. Parry with L1. Okay. I can also now make a single extract. Below Snake, heal when it deflect. Die hard. Something else I purchased? The extract. I think it was just the extract. And then for fun, we're gonna be silly. Do something I haven't done all game. We did a single game of Mahjong my entire playthrough, by the way. Right, I can't do the Royale table yet. We'll do the hard table. We're gonna do it in the 9-gate style.
Looking forward to it.
And then we're gonna go declare Ricci.
Ricci?
And then we're gonna Ron. With a double
Pretty
Yakuman.
good. Pure 9 gates. Double Yakuman.
And we're gonna drain all the blood from this individual. No freaking way, this guy drew 9 gates! Whoa! This guy drew pure 9 gates! Round 1 Ricci! I don't know why people say Mahjong's hard, it's so easy. I was hoping I'd get it in, the first discard. If you had the triple Yakuman. Tokyo High Courthouse, small meeting room.
So what you're saying is, Yui Mamiya was not a victim of sexual battery, but
Hi,
rather she
Yuri.
conspired with Akihiro Ehara to fake a murder alibi. We've already closed the book on that ordeal, yet now the defense wants to write a sequel?
Tokyo District Prosecutor, Sadao Takano.
To establish the defendant's motive in the
Sadao
harassment, we need to
Takano.
bring the Mikoshiba murder to light. The groping itself was staged. It was all part of their script, right down to the guilty verdict.
It sounds like the defendant has some strong hostility for the court.
Ihara got the court
Oh,
to
yeah,
accept his
boy,
murder
does he
alibi
ever.
by twisting the legal process to his own ends. It was easy to miss, because at the time, Mikoshiba's body hadn't been found yet. But we have to admit that we all got duped.
We? You're not even a lawyer. You're a detective.
Yagami-sensei still has a license to practice.
Forget what I said if it offended you, prosecutor.
My superiors always told me that in his youth, your Genda-sensei was a difficult man. He'd insist his clients were innocent, persisting even in the face of conviction. He was hostile to the prosecution, and was known to fraternize with Kamurocho Yakuza.
Yeah,
But it
he
was
did
his
do that.
sheer disrespect that made my boss hate him.
Damn. You sure know an awful lot about Genda-sensei.
Because I honestly can't say I like him. He treated me like a child when I was starting out.
I'll tell you this, there's no higher praise for the defense than being called difficult by the prosecution.
Genda Sensei was worried about Sari-san's career. Guess he fought the prosecution just as hard back in the day. Yasari-san picked up some of that attorney spirit from Genda himself.
Now, if we can get back on track, can we confirm the defendant himself has agreed to the appeal?
Yes.
But if Ehara really committed the murder, why would he agree to his alibi being scrutinized?
Ehara's objective isn't to get away with murder.
Then what is he after?
Humiliating you.
Making a mockery of the legal system.
Then it'd be best not to pay him any attention.
And you'd be right. If your priority is saving face in front of the court rather than preserving fairness in the law.
You've got a real attitude.
Sorry I'm a bit late.
And you are? We already know because we saw that cutscene with him
So,
in the...
with this appeal, the defense wants to assert the defendant's innocence by establishing his guilt in a murder.
Wait, before we go on, who is this?
He's from the Metropolitan Police. Considering Ehara was on the force, he has a vested interest here. He's not here to participate, don't worry.
The police can't afford to be embarrassed any further. We need to send the right message to the public.
Can we have your name, please?
The name is Bando.
And your title?
Think of me as a kind of police coordinator. But don't let me interrupt the proceedings.
You're explicitly
Forget
avoiding the answer.
Please,
question.
Continue.
Tokyo PD Public Security Coordinator, Hidemi Bando.
So much for this meeting being off the record.
Allow me to restate the prosecution's opinion to the judge. We cannot allow the murder footage to be used as new evidence in Akihiro Ehara's appeal. It's nothing but an online hoax of unknown origin. We can't just casually introduce that into court.
Indeed.
Furthermore, if Ehara bears such hostility towards the court, the footage might end up being a trap.
Trap?
Yes. What if the next viral video proves the original footage was doctored? What if the proceedings have already begun by then? Do we drop the appeal and call it a day? We cannot allow a man like Ehara to swing the court around by its nose at his whims. With that in mind, I believe Ehara's conviction should be upheld and enforced. Would the defense care to comment? Did you think any of this through before filing this appeal?
Yes. We aim to prove the defendant's innocence no matter what your objections may be.
And what about you?
How do I think about Ehara's appeal? Ehara's guilty verdict was wrong.
Ehara's guilty verdict was wrong. We don't think there was enough evidence at the first trial to result in that verdict.
There was fiber from the victim's underwear found on Ehara's hand.
That was a trick. It was set up with cooperation from the victim.
There is no evidence it was a trick. Are you saying Yui Mamiya and Ehara met beforehand? Is there proof of that? Was there perhaps any security footage we didn't see?
No, the station erases the footage from their cameras after a few days if there's no need to keep it.
Right. But if there's even a chance Ehara and Mamiya were a team, the underwear fiber proves nothing. What were the other deciding factors? Security footage? The smartphone videos we kept seeing on TV? Those don't prove the crime either, because there was a huge time gap in them.
What?
We've done enough legwork to know.
Wouldn't say huge.
Did you walk around the site with your own 2 feet, Prosecutor?
Well, no. But I have been to Shinjuku Station plenty of times.
Then you must know they have a mountain of security cameras covering every angle.
No, why would I?
But if you went there to look carefully, you'd find there are some blind spots. That's Ehara running, while Mamiya chases after him. It seems as though the whole chase is recorded, but this area in dotted lines is a blind spot no camera saw. That's the momentary gap in time where Ehara and his double switched places.
Does make me want to replay an Ace Attorney game, though.
The victim was running right behind Ehara. She would have noticed if they swapped places right in front of her eyes.
Oh, but she knew about the swap all along.
Yeah, but we've
They were
literally
all
been
in on
saying
it from
they've
the start.
been on it. She was in on it.
Prove that?
We don't have to prove the defendant is innocent, Takano-san.
What?
All we have to prove is that the evidence provided by the prosecution at the trial was insufficient to determine guilt. Because that's the role of the defense counsel.
Indeed it is.
If the prosecution can't debunk any and all possibility that the train groping was a put-up job, then it's innocent until proven guilty.
Then the defense should have brought it up the first time. Although I doubt Shirosaki-sensei actually believed in the defendant's innocence herself.
The guilty verdict at the trial was orchestrated by the defendant. It was our error not to have seen it at the time. But it would be another not to correct ourselves now.
Stop being so dramatic. He's just a subway perv.
That is a statement I cannot abide. The law can't give the impression that a false charge is permissible, even for a subway perv.
Right. I take that back. I misspoke.
I do believe this case is worth a trial in the appeal court. If the court was misled by a hostile defendant, then only the court can correct it.
Thank you very much.
However, I too have seen Ihara-san's murder footage. I believe it would be difficult to introduce it as evidence in this trial. Therefore, I cannot allow it to be brought into the courtroom at this time.
Can't use the murder footage to the guilty verdict. Can't ever bring it to court. Yeah. Being a hysterical woman.
Sorry, son. Think you've got this covered?
Huh?
I'll poke my head in at the office later.
Very well.
I mean, you know where... the word hysteria even comes from, right? Spoiler alert, it's the same reason a hysterectomy is called a hysterectomy. Comes from the ancient Greek word for uterus. The term hysteria itself is
We'll be expecting you.
originated. It's
Bando-san, was it?
It's
For public
origins.
security?
Sexism.
I don't recall saying my department. But yeah, that's right.
Do you know Reiko Kusamoto, the vice minister at the Ministry of Health?
Of course.
Any particular reason she's under constant surveillance?
Rooted. That was the term I was trying to think of.
A rather bold question, isn't it?
It's just you and me here.
I see you know how to cut to the chase, Yagami-sensei.
I miss Yamai, dude. Holy, this guy just makes me want to replay Yakuza 8 just so I could spend more time with Yamai. Same English voice actor. There's no way a guy from public security can show up and not be related to Reiko Kusamoto.
Ihara's trial can't be that important to you. So I have to figure I'm the reason you showed up. You want to know where Kawana is, don't you? Were you finally forced to get off your ass because nobody else can get eyes on him?
Kuwana, otherwise known as Yu Kitakata, is wanted on suspicion of murder. If you know where he is, please do tell.
Wanted for murder? Huh. Because you know, I thought it was RK acting on your orders that killed Sawa-sensei. You think you can hide that fact forever? Even the cops in the field have their suspicions.
Do they? Well, the cubicle workers always resent the corner offices. Officers in the field complain about their superiors. I did the same thing back in my day.
Then why did you use thugs as your pawns instead of officers? Is that how Sawa-sensei got roped into this?
It's so damn cold.
I'm afraid I'm not following.
Think about it, he's the one controlling RK. At the very least, he's one of the guys giving orders to Soma.
You knew it was going to be a dirty job from the beginning. That's why you couldn't use anybody on the force. Or maybe you just weren't able to find an underling you could fully trust.
That's a good one.
Public security's only tricks are surveillance and call tracing. You leave the dirty work to the thugs.
That may be true, but it's enough to crush the likes of you.
I'm gonna ask just in case. Where is Soma now?
Hand over Kawana to me and there will be no more victims.
What?
Do you have a reason to protect him? I already know he's going around executing bullies. He's a disturbance to public order.
But he wasn't the one who killed Sawa-sensei.
I didn't come here to argue. I came to issue an ultimatum.
My next move! Looking for Kawana, what should I do? Take a taxi all the way there. Accidentally hit my desk. They be okay, practically showing off how much they're watching me. Is public security's plan to put pressure on me? Oh, I like how they are just... Well, I have to fight these guys first. Oh, that doesn't even kill you anymore? Come on. I love boxing. Boxing style is so fun. Completely unnecessarily. This is to send my own message. You want to send a message to me about how much control you have? Well, here's my message to you. Punch, 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 punch.
Yagami-san, was everything okay back there?
Jab, jab, jab,
that
straight.
Man Bondo,
Oh.
I knew something was off about him. Is he one of the men behind RK?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was trying to find out where Kawana was.
Jab, straight, uppercut. Jab, jab, jab,
That
jab.
reminds
Jab,
me.
jab, jab, jab.
Hoshino
Jab, jab,
seems
jab,
to have
jab.
heard some rumors about RK.
Hoshino-kun, did you pick up what the word is on RK?
Yeah. One of the bosses, Akutsu, came back to Kamurocho yesterday.
He's back?
He's number 2 in the group, isn't he?
Yeah, so he would probably know about Soma. Know where he is?
Well, I'm not sure if you're aware, Yagami-san, but RK owns some of the cabaret clubs in Kamurocho, and Akutsu manages them. If a girl makes a lot of sales, or if she becomes a rising star in the club, Akutsu apparently gives that girl a bonus, personally.
How do you know this stuff, Hoshino-kun?
Our clients come from all walks of life in Kamurocho, cabaret girls included.
So to sum it all up, a
They
popular
actually
girl
explained
has
that
a
in the
chance
last
to meet
game.
Akutsu?
Yeah,
Most, a lot of their
but
clients
this week
are
nobody was getting that chance.
hostess.
Until yesterday. Which is how I
This is-
figured out Akutsu is back in Kamurocho. He must have been in Yokohama.
Oh, well, that makes sense. But where exactly in Kamurocho is he?
That's the part I don't know. RK bosses never sleep in the same place twice. Gotta keep the cops off their trail.
But despite the risk, Akutsu still reaches out to popular girls.
They all look at Saori.
Hey, I'm not even mad. In fact, I'm up for the challenge.
I'm gonna become the #1
Awesome,
hostess again.
Saori-san. If you can rock the cabaret gig again, you can hook Akutsu.
It'd be an undercover mission to infiltrate RK. Super risky. But damn if I don't want to see Saori-san transform one more time! I can't help it!
What the hell's gotten into you?
Are there any bars we know for sure that RK owns?
Hoshino.
There is. You remember Queen Rouge, the place Saori-san snuck into?
Oh, the last time we did this? Let's do it again.
The management there.
Queen Rouge. What about the owner? Still the same guy?
Yep, he's still there. One of the original employees. Only thing is, it used to be a classy spot, but they've cut a lot of corners. The vibe has probably changed a lot.
Really? Well, maybe that means I can afford to go.
Hey, totally.
Oh
I want to go
no,
too.
this is gonna be a much worse version of that.
Okay, well, sorry-san, you'll need the whole makeover again. I can take point on that.
No need, I'll be fine.
Huh?
Just the other day, Mari-san and I figured out what kind of makeup goes over well with RK. I'll just go with that.
With Mari? Well, counterpoint, I think a man might know better what men like.
Yagami?
With all due respect, don't judge what you haven't seen.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll leave it to you, Saori-san. Should have just kept my mouth shut.
Believe me, I'm not one to boast, but I'm confident.
I was just gonna make the same thing as last time anyway, so.
That's the spirit. With Saori-kun here, Genda Law will have its doors open for another 20 years.
True. And we've got Yagami-san's wisdom, too.
All right, should we get on with the mission?
Let's do this.
Oh, go do side quests if you want. Nah, man, I'm fine. It's with the Persona music.
Oh, wow. That is nice.
You can thank Mari-san.
It's perfect. I'm really impressed.
Fine. Well then.
Why did it fade away and then start again?
Oh, while you were doing your makeup, I talked to the owner about you coming in. Like Hoshino-kun said, there's apparently a system in place where a girl with great sales potential gets the attention of Akutsu.
I understand. Basically, I just have to aim to be #1 at the bar, right?
How confident are you?
I can't make any guarantees, but I'll give it my all.
Then I'm with you all the way, a lady.
Oh my god! Are we gonna get sexually harassed on our way back?
Something happened?
It's like last time. I really wish I could run right now. Instead of slowly walk all the way there. Ooh, material though. What if it's dented carbon? Ow, pachinko ball. On my way. On my way. Stretchy rubber, damn it. No dented carbon for me.
I pass by this place sometimes, but it's been a while since I've been inside.
The owner remembered you from last time. Said he wished you were there every night instead of just one.
The undercover cabaret girl of his dreams returns.
Oh, take this before you go. It's a wireless earpiece. If you end up going somewhere with Akutsu, we can use it to communicate. I'll be there in a flash if things go even remotely south.
Got it. I know you have my back, Yagami-san.
You bet. Good luck then.
Ah! Oh! Saori-san! It's you! Yeah. Looking at you takes me back to better days.
I love the rainbow,
sight for
the
sore
rainbow
eyes.
nails.
Nice to see you again. Have you been well?
I'm fine. I'm fine! Well, that's a lie. Last time you were here, we were a good place. But times have only gotten tougher. Now, we're just a fast and cheap dive bar with mediocre service.
Yes, I heard a bit about that.
Keep this on the down low, but the former owner lost a bet in Mahjong.
Oh
So we sold the
man,
bar.
he lost the bar in
We're under
Mahjong.
Arcade's management now.
Damn, did he
Since they
get
took
9
over,
gates by
we're
per
just like
chance?
every other
Round 1, 9 gates?
We don't even make a profit unless we're shuffling people in and out, which of course impacts the girls' performance.
But I hear the girls with promise catch the eye of the RK members.
Haha! So you already know about that. Yes, Arcade treats people well who treat their bottom line well. If they notice a special girl, they'll give her a bonus to show their generosity. Or maybe Akutsu-san just wants to drink with cute girls.
True goal is to find a location of Akutsu. A normal girl is just incidental. Don't have a good time. Maybe dress up, still working
Where
a
do
job.
girls usually meet up with Akutsu-san?
No particular location. Just depends on his mood, I guess. Haha! But you have your eye on that bonus, I see. Well, if anyone could get it, it's you, Saori-san. I'm rooting for you.
Can you hear me, Saori-san?
Yes.
Sorry, I have to look something up completely unrelated. Okay. Sorry, I just had to refresh myself about something in Mahjong.
You got it, okay? Just so you know, I think I'm gonna call for support.
Support?
Yeah, so in case you meet Akutsu, we'll be ready to pounce on him. But you'll be on your own until then.
So right now, I am #1 at this bar, and the first rule in customer service is to keep praise on the guest. You can do the salary, informer, okay.
So, are you the new girl the manager brought in? You're kinda older than I thought you'd be.
Y'all are bitchier than last time, huh?
I'm sorry. Nice to meet you.
What club were you at before this?
Oh, I'm usually an office worker, but I worked here once about 2 years ago.
What, so you just come back whenever you feel like it? Like some part-time gig? Really? You treat this
Yeah.
job like it's a cakewalk and expect us not to be offended?
Oh, point taken. So, I guess tonight I should sit back and watch the professionals show me how it's done?
What? Are you dissing us?
What? You can haze new girls, but if they give it back, you lose your cool?
Excuse me?
Now. You can't scowl like that when customers are here to have a good time.
You little... Wow. I thought you were just another snob, but you've got barbed wire where it counts. Megu! You're gonna let a new chick talk to us this way?
Old or new doesn't matter. If you've got the goods, I have no complaints.
I'm going to do my best, and I'll try not to weigh you two down.
Saori-san, Megu-san, Kuniko-san, we have customers! Let's get to work!
Well, time for the new girl to show us what people see in her.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Ooh, the clash of female egos. I think I might actually enjoy this. This is gonna be a long one.
Hello, I'm Megu. Welcome, I'm Kuniko. I'm sorry, nice to meet you.
Oh.
Oh
Sorry, John.
no.
Come, sit here.
You're beautiful. Oh, the best of the bunch. Man, I am loving this place.
So, how are you?
How is this happening? Is this what Yagi-san meant by support? This would help me in the least. In fact, it's doing the opposite. It's harder than I thought.
But, you know, I could make any prosecutor shake in his boots just by yelling, "Objection!"
Objection!
Awesome, you killer lawyer, you.
Jeez, why is Genda-sensei getting all the attention? For your information, I passed the national bar exam with top marks.
Uh-huh. Oh, what's a bar exam?
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You ladies have really never heard of the bar exam? It's the toughest certification test in Japan.
I've heard of it. Oh, so it's a certificate? Well, I passed kanji level 3 when I was in middle school.
That's not even comparable.
Kanji aptitude is a very fine certification.
Huh?
You passed your stupid bar exam how many years ago now? And you're still bragging about your scores? Seriously?
What?
Damn, this is getting real between these two.
Sorry, John. You can't talk that way to a customer.
I shouldn't have said that. But Hoshino-kun was being such an ass. Couldn't resist.
No, she's right. It's a dumb thing to brag about, isn't it? But the bar is really hard. Not everyone passes it. There's so much studying to do, day and night.
Oh my god, he's crying.
I have to use something to cheer him up. Ugh, I don't even want to. Compliment him, I must. Stroke his stupid ego, praise his stupid achievement, sneak in some bragging. Ugh.
Is one's value based on their past accomplishments? I think their future plans are far more important, right?
Oh, but...
Oh, please. Cut Hoshino-kun some slack. His bar exam score is the best memory of his life.
So, what's he been doing all this time then? Oh, now I feel really bad. Poor babe.
That's a lot of... chest.
You know
Oh,
what,
no.
Hoshino-kun? I think my best memory was all the way back in middle school. But, so what? It doesn't matter, right?
Oh, I need a drink.
Mega-chan.
You just leave those woes to little old me tonight, huh? Shall we drink to that?
Okay.
I'm so happy for you.
No, wait. I'm just going with the flow.
I know! And I like the way it's flowing, don't you?
I sure do. Let's get some drinks flowing. That goes for you girls, too.
Yay! Cheers! Really? You're so generous.
Hoshino. Well, I'm glad I got through that. I wish they'd just go home already. The man needs to do more than just
Listen
pass
up,
the bar
girls.
the
This
highest
is a heck
marks.
of a lot of fun. I'm having a great time.
Hoshino needs to be
I tell
humbled,
ya,
is what he needs to be.
I love cabaret clubs so much.
Me too, Genda-sensei. Especially this one. The customer service is on point. I wish I could come here every night and stay till morning.
Oh, you two know just how to flatter us.
So true. Hey, in case you come back, would you like to reserve a bottle in your name? You guys are lawyers, so I'm sure you can afford it.
Well, we're not a big firm, but you know what? Let's do it.
Nice one, boss. You're the best.
Keep drinking like fish, Gendala's gonna go bankrupt. Have to be seen as someone who brings in lots of sales, so someone get to meet Akutsu.
Uh-oh. What's wrong, Saori-san? You're looking kind of gloomy there. Come on, how about a smile?
Yeah, Saori-kun. I was thinking, if you could be just a bit friendlier, you'd be the belle of the ball.
Do you guys already know Saori-san? You act like you're good friends.
They do seem pretty close, right?
This is good. Find out we know each other, that would be supremely awkward for me. Not to mention, we completely ruin my plan to get a meeting with the arcade.
Huh? I don't know. But would it be so wrong if we did know each other?
Of course not, but this does happen to be our first meeting. Silly sensei.
The first time? Is it really, though?
You're both teasing me so much. Poor Megu-san and Kuniko-san are giving me dirty looks.
Well, I mean, that's because...
Something does seem fishy.
Bad, guess I need to change gears here. Oh, God!
Hey, Hoshino-sensei. Looks like you've had a lot to drink tonight. Have you forgotten all about work? Is your head lost in the clouds? What's going on behind this cute little face?
Impure thoughts, maybe?
Hoshino-kun, this is inappropriate. Stop this, now, both of you.
Oh, excuse me? Can we get that girl at this table too?
Yes, sir. You mean Saori-san.
Oh,
correct?
oh! Me too! Wait a minute, what about us?
Oh my! Please, everyone. She's only one person.
I guess the new girl's a hit.
She sure showed us up. This is crazy.
Guess that went well. I'll just wait for Akutsu to summon me. Mission complete. These two just standing up like that.
We can see
Genda literally fumbled the off. So hard.
Rude before. Oh, please. I just got lucky tonight.
Yeah, right. I don't think I could have done better than you in any department. You're a natural at conversation, and so sexy too.
I learned a lot, actually. And woo, I drank a lot more than usual.
Thanks for the hard work, you three. I bet you barely got any breaks. It was one customer after another. What a night! We haven't had this good a take in a while. And it's all thanks to Saori-san.
No, I couldn't have done it without Megu-san and Kuniko-san at my side.
Come on, it was pretty obvious who the MVP was this evening.
Boss, seeing as you're here, does that mean Saori-san's getting a bonus?
That she is. Who would have thought this could happen on her first
That was
day?
easy.
All I can say is, wow. Akutsu-san wants to meet you.
Definitely
Show his
not
appreciation,
suspicious.
Giving you the bonus himself. There's already a taxi waiting outside.
Really? That is so awesome.
No kidding! So the bonus thing is real, huh?
I hope I get one someday.
That was... okay.
So,
Whatever.
where exactly is Akutsu-san waiting for me?
Apparently it's a surprise. He doesn't just let information.
I can't tell if they're just hamming it up or if it's a trap.
There'll be another cab to take you home.
If it's the most obvious trap in the world, or if these goons are just campy.
Don't worry, Sari-san. I'm standing by. If you need me, I'll be there in a flash.
Biggest slab of
Driver?
roast ham.
Could you tell me where we're headed?
Oh, we're almost there, miss.
We're not leaving Kamurocho, are we?
No need to worry.
I think he's driving to the Thug Hangout, the underground club. That's where I met Soma for the first time. I thought it had been shut down, but maybe they opened it back up.
We'll be arriving soon.
Saori-san, I presume? We've been expecting you. You are very beautiful. Akutsu-san will be happy.
Thank you for inviting me.
RK takes care of people who keep the cash flowing. The fact you're here means you have a talent for it. You're one of us now, Saori-san.
RK keeps recruiting new members and allies. Hostesses make money, give them a fat bonus, and pretty boys.
If you would follow me.
Certainly.
Here she is, Akutsu-san. Tonight's heroine, Saori-san from Queen Rouge.
Ah, and I see why. You're hotter than your reputation. Come here. Let me give you some motivation to keep at it.
I've heard so much about you, Akutsu-san.
Kill this man.
It's a pleasure to meet someone so famous.
Have a seat. I'm not gonna ask you to pour after a hard night's work. This sake is not cheap. That's cool though, right? Gotta show my appreciation, don't I?
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, on to the moment of truth. Your bonus. 1 million yen. Quite a stack of cash for an office worker. Yeah.
It's a big pile of money for anyone.
Oh, even for lawyers? Shirosaki-sensei?
I'm not sure I follow.
This lady lawyer came poking around before.
This fucking dweeb.
Except she was trying to find out about Kauai at the time.
You see, when it comes to Kamurocho, we have eyes everywhere. Anybody suspicious gets reported to us fast. Most of the eyes working for me or Soma are spies in the police force. And now, we've got a law lady in the bag. So, what do you want with me? Who sent you here, huh?
Well, this took a turn for the worse, didn't it?
You're only just noticing that. Kinda slow for a lawyer, aren't you?
Oh, I didn't mean for me. It just got worse. For you.
What the?
Higashi!
You were harder to find than I thought, Akutsu.
Wow.
Yagami!
So it was you pulling Saori-chan's strings.
Hell of a sight. Some piece of shit ex-Tojo man thinks he's king of the hill now?
Don't make me laugh. You're the worthless pile of shit, Higashi. Props for having the spine to show up here without backup. And after you barely escaped with your life, Yagami.
Hold that thought, because this isn't the whole party.
Huh?
The only guy I really want to fuck up is Soma.
back!
But I guess I'll have to settle for you losers tonight.
Kaito.
I'm out of the fucking hospital!
Huh?
I'm help my boyfriend
Nice work,
beat up
Saori-san.
some losers.
We'll take it from
And
here,
my other
but
boyfriend too.
Did you ring the gong for us?
What?
Nothing kicks off a fight better than a beauty ringing a gong.
Yeah, give us something to get the mood going.
Okay. Well then.
Gentlemen, do your worst!
Get ready.
Let's go!
Where's Sujimon? Kaito's just killing 2 guys at once. This will be the 4th time we fought Akutsu, by the way. What about the spin spot? What about the spin cycle? My friends. We do that, and at the same time we do like a little thing where we put our hands together to make like a little heart. We're like mid drop kicking them and our hands are forming a heart together. Damn it! It was so fast I didn't have a chance to react. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Hey, hold on, there's a bunch of toughness D's on the ground. Holy shit, that like backflip spin into the wall was so funny.
You can't run anymore, Akutsu. Can we talk now?
The 4 of us walking up. Sorry, ready to torture this man.
Where's Soma? Where's he hiding?
I don't know. He moves around more than I do.
Really? Are you really just another one of his pawns? Just gonna cover for him and obey his every word?
Soma can tell when someone's lying. He's always been able to. I won't be able to get away with bullshitting him. Friend or foe, if he finds a traitor, he stomps the rat dead. He can sniff out the faintest scent of betrayal. That's why I've always told him the truth. No point trying to BS him. In this business, nothing beats the ability to detect liars.
You serious right now? You're buying into some bullshit rumors, dumbass.
You just don't fucking get it, man. He can practically see the future. He was the first to bail from the Tojo clan. Usually, you need a shit ton of money to leave a clan if you don't want to be killed. That's what it's like to be a Yakuza.
Huh. Remember who you're talking to, asshole.
But Soma, he somehow knew there was no future for the Tojo, so he jumped ship. With no money and not even a word to the bosses, just up and left.
There's no way he could get away with that.
That's what I thought. I said the same thing to him when he was leaving. I warned him, they'll fucking erase you. The bastard just laughed. He said the clan was finished. No way could they kill him. Then he had the balls to give me advice. Said I should get out too and not worry about it.
What did he mean by that?
By that point, the Tojo clan didn't have the resources to properly deal with defectors. Soma understood that. And sure enough, he left without a word, and nobody ever tried to fuck with him.
It's true. Soma was the first guy to slip out. No doubt the dude knew what was up.
While the Tojo clan was limping to its grave, Soma went underground and built the arcade network all by himself.
And that's how you became his errand boy.
What do you expect? I can't control Soma. I'm just the public face of RK. He holds the reins. I've been cool with that ever since I joined.
At least you're enough of a man to admit what you are.
Akutsu, Soma's being used by public security. Did you know that?
Public security?
Why was Soma looking for Shinya Kawai in Kamurocho?
I don't know. All I heard was somebody hired him to do that.
Why is he after Kawana? How are Soma and public security linked? Give me something. Doesn't it at least ring a bell?
I don't know, man. The fuck you mean ring a bell? I don't know shit.
Wait. Nah.
If he knew,
but maybe.
That's his precognitive ability to know that
Doc,
the Tojo clan is going under.
That Soma himself is public security?
Yes.
Soma working in public security?
Exactly
what do you mean?
Well, public security trains people to become spies, so they can infiltrate and collect intel.
Informant.
Left-wing, anti-establishment citizens groups. You get the picture. They usually try to find a weak spot in the org. Someone they can turn to their side.
Public security is an intelligence agency that uses spies all the time. How is Soma part of that?
So yeah, that's one way to do it. But sometimes a cop who's already in public security goes undercover to infiltrate something like a Yakuza organization.
So that's why the chapter is called Undercover.
What you get is a Yakuza who knows everything about the police and would be super good at sniffing out liars.
You're saying Soma is actually an undercover agent?
You heard what this fool said. Soma figured out the Tojo clan didn't have a future, so he ditched them. You think some street punk's got that kind of foresight? He couldn't, unless he had intel from the law. That'd be a different beast. He'd have to know the Tojo clan and Kamurocho like the back of his hand.
Including knowing that the Tojo clan would dissolve soon.
Yep. And then after he gets out, what does he do next? He makes a place for all the Yakuza coming out of the Tojo clan to find each other, right? Where public security can easily monitor them. That's why RK is still coming to ex-Tojo clan Yakuza like me.
In other words, RK was founded by public security to manage all the displaced Yakuza?
Sure as hell sounds like their MO.
Reorganize the organized crime.
Another always pops up in its place. This way, public security doesn't have to start from scratch. They can just keep tabs on all the free agents.
But it's mind-blowing that they'd install their own leader.
Sure as hell sounds like collusion to me.
Soma? An undercover public security agent? Shit. We gotta move. Cut the fucking chit-chat.
Why?
He's gonna be fucking listening in on us right now. If he's public security and heard all that...
Get your shit together, Akutsu. What does it matter?
Don't you get it? There's no way he'd want anyone else to fucking know!
Stop shooting! He's dead. Stop! He's already dead. Well, I guess he didn't want anyone else to know, huh?
Damn it. They found us.
Rip Akutsu. Child. Let me quickly read how long this is. There's a lot left. Or there seems to be a lot left in a written guide. And it's already been 6 hours. Oh my god. We're gonna do a quick Google search that is trying to break down the length of every chapter. The last chapter alone is 3 hours. That's fucking funny. Oh, there's literally a Reddit thread. How long are the last 2 Lost Judgment chapters? Minimum total of like 3 to 4. Then I might call it now then. If it's gonna be that much, then I don't want to go. I want to leave something to do tomorrow because that's gonna be too much to do today, and then I don't want to just have a short, even shorter stream tomorrow, right? So it's a bit of a short stream today. Yeah, I'd have a decent amount, right? And there's still one more side quest, but we don't get that until the very end. But yeah, so I'm gonna call it now. And we'll finish the game tomorrow, and then do the Kaito DLC. Yeah, and we can do the Kaito the day after. So, what is it? Today Monday, so we finish main game Tuesday, Kaito DLC Wednesday. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Fucking Boone making Boone fucking with me, and then me getting a follow from someone named Dumbass LMAO was actually so fucking perfect timing. God damn. That was funny. Sorry, I looked over to my Twitch dashboard and saw that. Yeah, this is gonna be it for me today. We're almost in the game, and I want some. It's gonna be too much to finish today, and I want there to be a decent chunk tomorrow. So we're gonna finish the last 2 chapters tomorrow. We're gonna start at the usual time of 1. I started a bit earlier today because the idea I was thinking I was gonna do a long one, but so I wanted like if I started at 12, or if I started around noonish and did an 8-hour stream, then it'd be 8 p.m. But it's too long for that, so that's why I'm not doing a super long one now. But yeah, thanks so much. Shut up, I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern. That's the usual time I start. The best way to keep up to date with my streams, though, is to join my Discord. There's a panel below the stream that'll take you there. It's where I post all of my going live announcements, stream updates, delays, cancellations, all of that. So it's actually the only place I post that. So if you want to keep up to date with my streams, that's the best way to do it. It's also a good place for game recommendations, because I'm always looking for game recommendations, because it's hard as balls. It's hard coming up with game ideas all the time. So I'm always looking for them. It's also just a good place to hang out. So remember to join the Discord. Panel below the stream will take you there. Another panel below the stream will take you to the VOD channel. So I post all my past content. Yakuza 7 and 8, the First Judgment game, my Pathfinder playthroughs, Disco Elysium, Yakuza, I already said that, Name Teacher Drew's Day, Final Fantasy VIII, Psychonauts, Dragon's Dogma 2, Pillars of Eternity. You can watch me beat Gold Stakes Balatro after having streamed for 20 hours. The last 2 hours of a 24-hour stream. Tired as fuck, I managed to stumble my way into beating Gold Stakes Balatro. God, there's so much of my past content. So if any of my past content at all sounds interesting, check it out on the VOD channel. And all the stream will take you there. Regardless, though, thanks to everyone who showed up. I appreciate it. Thanks to all the new follows. Thanks to Boone for fucking with me. It was funny. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, night, wherever it may be. Wherever time zone you may be, I hope you have a good one. And I'll see you again tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern for the last bit of Lost Judgment. Bye.